breaking. Extreme heat baking millions across the country, while around the world, the planet records its hottest day ever for the second time this week.
We're pushing our ecosystems and our climate into a different place, and that is alarming.
So just how long is it expected to last? We're live with your latest forecast. Then the doctor is in. From a new Alzheimer's drug to Jenny Craig's comeback to malaria concerns here in the United States, Dr. John is here with the medical news making headlines this summer and what you need to know. And killer clip.
Money flows freely here now.
I do love that money, sir.
A new trailer dropped for the star-studded movie Killers of the Flower Moon, and we're taking a look at all the big names and familiar faces from one of the year's most anticipated films. Today, Thursday, July 6th, 2023.
Visiting from Nashville,
Forest Lake, Minnesota,
Kennesaw, Georgia,
Charlotte, North Carolina, and Washington, D.C. Hi to my 98-year-old Nana, watching from Bonitas Beach, Florida. Celebrating Vivian's birthday. Today, I'm 68.
honeymooning
at the Today Show. From Charleston, South Carolina.
On a Bowers family reunion trip.
We are back at 8:13 to break down what you need to know about some major medical headlines.
Everything. You could say it as well, but everything has some new information to share with you. We'll be talking about Alzheimer's drugs, to Jenny Craig's comeback here, to a dangerous disease on the rise because of mosquitoes.
Here to answer all of our questions, senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, good to see you. Let's get right to it. Let's start with this Alzheimer's drug because this sounds like it could be quite the game changer. What's the name of the drug and what do patients and their families need to know?
So it's called Leqembi.
Okay.
And it's a drug that actually got accelerated approval back in January. They had to wait for phase 3 trials to give it full approval, which we think the FDA is going to do today. And it's intended to slow Alzheimer's progression. This is the first drug to be shown to slow the progression. But the important part is it slows down the rate of cognitive decline. It doesn't stop cognitive decline, but slows it down over an 18-month period, 27% reduction in that cognitive decline, which some experts are saying is only a modest reduction. It gives them about 5 months delay of Alzheimer's progression. And it's only for patients with mild or early symptoms of Alzheimer's. And that's why some experts are saying, should we actually be approving this at this point? Should it be useful? It's not a cure. It can't bring back memories, and that's the main thing. And it does have a cost associated with it. It's $26,500 a year is the cost. We do think that CMS, Medicare, Medicaid will be paying for it, but with strict criteria. And so it's going to be fewer people than we think will be using this.
I mean, I think it's north of 6 million folks in this country suffering with Alzheimer's right now. Clinical trials for this drug, were they promising?
The clinical trials were promising, and they look good. And again, it did two things. It reduces the amyloid, which is one of the things we think contributes to Alzheimer's. Not the only thing, but one of the things, those plaques that build up in the brain. And again, it slowed down that rate of cognitive decline. Didn't stop it, but there were some side effects associated with it. Brain swelling and brain bleeding, and about 14% of people had side effects. Some of those were asymptomatic, meaning they didn't show any symptoms, but still, there's that swelling and bleeding that's in there that was of concern. And some experts are saying this could be a game changer. Other experts are saying we're not even sure this should be approved at this point, but now that it is, or it looks like it's going to be, then this is one more step in that direction of finding something that can certainly help out.
FDA expected to approve it later today.
Okay.
That's interesting. All right, another headline we're following this morning. Jenny Craig back, a little different this time after filing for bankruptcy, but this time online only, right?
Right. Jenny Craig filed for bankruptcy in May. And if you remember, it was the stores everywhere.
Sure.
You and I were talking about the commercials, Jenny Craig commercials everywhere. Well, it used to be that you would go to the store, you would get your pre-made food, and you would get some coaching, basically, some nutrition coaching. Well, what they're going to do now is it's all going to be mail order, essentially. You're going to be pre-made food through the mail, and it's going to be virtual coaching instead of actual coaching. And some advocates are like, hey, this is great. Jenny Craig's coming back. They love Jenny Craig. There's actually a following, even after the bankruptcy, saying, hey, we want Jenny Craig to come back. And so they think this will be something that will be one more tool they can use in that dieting toolbox we have, along with a lot of other things.
Well, they face some, you said other things, they face some competition with, the popular diet trends like Ozempic. Can you talk really quickly about what people need to know, especially even about that?
Right. And the main thing with Ozempic and those types of drugs, you need to know is they work as long as you take them. And we do know that obesity is a disease. And think about it like high cholesterol, high blood pressure. You need to take that medication for life. It's the same here because once you stop taking those medications, the weight bounces back. As a matter of fact, not only does it bounce back, they did a study. This is for type 2 diabetics a couple of years ago. At the 2-year point, 70% had stopped that medication because of side effects. Didn't want to take it anymore or cost, which again, they can be expensive and they're usually not paid for. So they're good as long as you use them, but you need to use them along with lifestyle changes, meaning, change your diet, make sure you exercise, all those things. So if you do stop it, then the weight hopefully gets maintained.
Hey, Dr. J, as we've been seeing, obviously it's hot, it's buggy outside. We've been reporting on some of these malaria cases in Texas, Florida as well in the last couple of months. So how concerned should we be about those mosquitoes giving us malaria?
And Peter, you're right. Four in Florida, 1 in Texas. These are what we call localized infections, meaning they're infections from mosquitoes that bit somebody in that state, not coming from out of country. Up until now, 2003 was the last time we had these. The last 20 years, it's been cases that came from other countries. People got bit in another country, came here, and developed malaria.
So this is the first time in 20 years that it's happened in our country.
It's been localized. Exactly.
Wow.
Coming from our country. Still an extremely low risk. And the CDC has put out an alert, but they say it's a low risk. But the thing you need to remember is it is a mosquito-borne disease.
Right.
And you need to be careful with mosquitoes because it's not just this. We have Zika, we have chikungunya, we have West Nile virus, all these other diseases. Be careful with mosquitoes.
Chikungunya doesn't sound very good.
It does not sound lovely.
To avoid that. Symptoms, though, to keep an eye out for. What are parents looking for?
So the symptoms, fevers, chills, body aches, fatigue. The main thing is those fevers tend to be cyclical, so they can happen either every day or every other day. Protect yourself from mosquitoes. Bug spray, long sleeves. Don't go out at dusk or dawn when the mosquitoes are most active.
Does it matter if you have DEET or no DEET in the spray? Just a quick question.
DEET works really well, but there's others that work as well.
Okay, good. Okay. Dr. J, thank you.
All right,
appreciate
you bet.
it.
Thank you.
And if you're heading out, don't forget to check us out on our SiriusXM channel 108.
The Dylan Dreyer double duty.
Yeah, tell us a story, Dylan.
Would you like to hear more? Because I have lots of stories to tell you about. And this one is hot off the presses. Let's talk about the Eagles. After more than 50 years of touring, the iconic band just announced a farewell tour. They're calling it The Long Goodbye. Eagles Don Henley, Joe Walsh, Timothy B. Schmidt, with Vince Gill and Deacon Fry, son of late band member Glenn Fry, are hitting the road starting in September, with shows expected to run through 2025. In a statement, the band said, "This is our swan song, but the music goes on and on." Tickets go on sale next Friday.
That's going to be a great tour.
A lot of folks excited for that, yeah. Next up, people also excited for this one. Killers of the Flower Moon. A new trailer dropped for Scorsese's star-studded Western that's actually based on the true story about murders in turn-of-the-century Osage Nation. The movie follows a couple played by Leonardo DiCaprio and Lily Gladstone and the dangerous tensions between the Native Americans and white settlers in their oil-rich region. Here's a peek.
This wealth should come to us. Their time is over. It's just going to be another tragedy.
When this money started coming, We should have known it came with something else. They're like buzzards circling our people. We're still warriors.
Yeah, lots of anticipation for that one. Rounding out that cast is Robert De Niro, Jesse Plemons, and Brendan Fraser, just to name a few. Killers of the Flower Moon hits theaters in October. Next up, Meghan Trainor. Earlier this week, Meghan announced the birth of her second baby. And just take a look at this little guy.
Aww.
His name is Barry Bruce Trainor.
Barry Bruce.
And now get ready for some cuteness overload. Mama Meghan shared this video from the moment when big brother Riley got to meet Barry for the very first time. Take a look.
That's your baby, Riley. He wants to hold it. You wanna hold? Yay, Riley! You did it!
Yeah,
Yay!
Always go for the face. I know.
Riley is a nugget
Fingers
too.
all
Look
over
at that
it.
guy.
Cute. Oh, I love that moment. Meghan captioned the TikTok, Riley is so sweet, gentle, and absolutely in love with his new best friend. I remember that moment, bringing the kids together, and it's just like, you just lose it.
You're like, don't, easy, don't touch the face.
Don't touch. The doctor says don't touch. Next up, Harrison Ford. This week, the Indiana Jones star stopped by the podcast Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend, but their friendship got off to a rocky start. Ford quick to hit O'Brien with a sick burn for needing a reminder about this, one of his most memorable roles.
Because right there it says Harrison Ford, and then you had to write down Han Solo.
Yeah, I did.
You can't remember that?
No, I can't. I can't remember Han Solo.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I wrote down because I heard that you were in some of the Star Wars films. And this was news to me because I've seen those films and I don't exactly think you pop.
Well,
I didn't recognize. I'm sorry.
Whoa. How come you're not still on television?
I mean, it was just bad good.
What's funny about Harrison Ford, I feel like later, the later part of his career, we're seeing
free.
So
we're
much more
seeing
personality.
Oh my
Not just
God!
the character.
Like Shrinking on Apple. I don't know if you watched that show, Shrinking.
Great show.
Oh my God! Like he is an absolute riot. I enjoy this chapter of Harrison Ford's.
I love that.
career.
Well, then you should listen to the podcast.
I will.
I'm sure, the whole thing's a riot. All right, next up, Barbie. Everyone's heard of shrimp on the barbie, right? Actor Paul Hogan probably explained it best in these iconic commercials.
Come on. Come and say g'day. I'll slip an extra shrimp on the barbie for you.
And then who could forget Jim Carrey's all-star Australian impression in Dumb and Dumber?
Well then, g'day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
Well, it turns out Aussie native Margot Robbie completely forgot about the local slang while promoting the Barbie movie on one Australian talk show. Take a look.
Barbie means something else in Australia. Did you brief Greta about
What does it mean here?
Like a barbecue.
Oh! We've lost her. I'm so Barbie now. I'm blaming the jet lag, by the way. Don't blame the blonde hair. Blame the jet lag. It just didn't even cross her mind. She's Barbie now.
Exactly.
I also love the old, that's not a knife, this is a knife.
Remember that.
Some good Crocodile Dundee back in the day.
Oh, thank you, Dylan.
This morning, we are talking about summer healthy habits. 5 simple changes we can all make that will have a big impact. So here to share them is health and wellness coach Natalie Gus. Natalie, good morning to you.
Good morning. I was happy to be here.
I love this idea. 5 things we can all digest that. And the first one is important. You say get sunlight first thing in the morning. Talk about that.
Yeah, so actually our bodies produce something called melatonin that makes us sleepy at night when we see darkness.
Sure.
So it's really important in the morning to get that sunlight to turn off that darkness trigger and get us focused, get some vitamin D to make us happy, excited, and energized for the day.
So do you have any suggestions? Let's say you work overnight or you work early in the morning. How can you make sure you kind of soak up the sun a little bit?
Yeah, so any bright light is going to work. Let's say if you do a night shift, something like that. But no rules otherwise. You can go out in your pajamas with your morning coffee. If you're walking your family to school or work or to the bus stop, open your car sunroof.
Even just that. Just get a little,
Yeah. And get off the subway a step early to get that sunlight.
I love that. All right, next step, you say movement snacking.
Yes, so I love this one.
Okay.
So a lot of us do kind of like a 45-minute workout, maybe before work, after work, sometime during the day, but it's arguably more important to move throughout the day. So 2 minutes every hour, get up and move. This can be anything. If you're working from home, maybe you're, folding your laundry, you're going out to get the mail. Maybe if you're working in an office, you walk over to a coworker rather than emailing them a question.
True. Okay.
So yeah, there's a lot of different things you can do. Only 2 minutes. We all have 2 minutes.
Every hour. 2 minutes every hour.
Yes,
All right. So our next healthy habit you talk about, I like this, adding things into your diet instead of eliminating.
Yeah.
It just even feels better just to say that. So what are we adding?
Yeah, so I like to play a little game with my clients, add one fruit each week.
Oh.
And so this can be a fun fruit, like a dragon fruit. They look a little bit scary on the outside, but they're fun on the inside.
Okay.
And they're a sweet
Can I try
treat.
it? I don't think I have
Absolutely.
tried a dragon fruit.
Yeah, or you have lychees here. Again, scary on the outside, fun in the middle. But the greatest thing is you can bring your kids to the produce section, have them pick out the fruit that they think looks good, and then teach them, a kiwi is ripe when it's a little bit soft. You can cut it in many different ways. You can eat it in different ways. So it's a fun way to add nutrients into your diet without thinking about what you have to take off your plate.
And I like it because, quite frankly, sometimes we go to the produce section and we just get what we already are familiar with, and you don't try new things because you don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
So why not try something new today?
Just one.
All right. The next healthy habit you talk about, food prep versus meal prep. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so meal prepping can feel a little bit overwhelming. Not all of us have time on a Sunday evening to create a whole lasagna or a
For me, it's intimidating, and then I end up not doing it.
Exactly.
It's
So
true.
introduce food prepping.
Okay.
So you get home from the supermarket or you get your produce, you cut, you wash it, you put it in the fridge in Tupperware containers. Maybe you boil some eggs to have some protein snack because our lives get busy. And so it's just as easy to grab some cut peppers than it is to grab a bag of chips.
I like this too because you know where I mess up during the day? It's the snacks. It's not necessarily the meals. It's just when I want something and I don't have anything ready. So this is a really good idea. All right, this is good. Last, you say keep it simple. We have that here.
I love this one. So, health and wellness can feel very overwhelming. There's a lot of noise in the space. But think about what you can do consistently. Don't worry about the latest juice cleanse. Can you just add an extra glass of water during the day? Don't worry about the most expensive workout class. Can you just add a 20-minute walk during your day? Just get moving or do any of these steps.
5 things a day, easy things. Natalie, thank you so much. And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so much.
We are back now at 8:41 with a story that is shedding light on the positive power of social media. A Facebook group dedicated to helping people find a missing piece of their lives.
NBC's Kaylee Hartung has a little bit more on the remarkable volunteers behind the group. Kaylee, good morning to you.
Hey guys, good morning. They call themselves Search Angels, and they are using old-fashioned snooping and connections on Facebook to reunite family members all over the world separated by adoption or other factors in their lives. Their work, which is all done for free, has helped thousands of people answer some of their biggest questions.
They're the reunions so many thought would never happen.
That's so nuts.
Extended and emotional embraces, decades in the making. As people meet the family members they've longed to love.
Oh my gosh, you do look like me.
These first meetings, all made possible by the power of social media and the Search Squad Facebook group, a page run by so-called Search Angels, volunteers who for nearly 10 years have helped find and unite family members separated by adoption or other circumstances.
I had no idea when we made the group that it was going to be such a need out there.
Bonnie Holly is the group's founder. She says their snooping leads to about 100 solved cases each month, thanks to the help of her hundreds of Search Angels like Kathy Williams.
We do what we do because it's a passion and because we love people, but we also have that side of us that we just love a good puzzle. You know, we don't go to the store and buy crossword puzzles. We're doing people puzzles.
Whenever you solve one of these people puzzles, how do you feel?
It is the most rewarding experience for me.
We talk about the happy dance, but I have literally jumped out of my chair. I mean, it's exciting.
It's that same feeling fellow Search Angel Deb Partridge was after when she came across this post on the Search Squad's page.
My husband asked me what I wanted for Mother's Day, and I said, I just want to know who my dad is.
Nadine Cardinelli was raised by her mother, but never knew her birth father. While she says she'd thought about looking for him for much of her life, it wasn't until she suffered a heart attack in her early 40s that she decided to turn to the Search Squad. In a matter of days, Deb's online digging linked Nadine to Walt Pontius.
As soon as he said he wanted to meet, I think I flew down my basement stairs and told my husband, like, oh my God, he wants to meet. Like, I was super excited.
What did you feel in that moment, Walt?
It feels like when you go home from the hospital with the little kid in your arms and your life has changed.
Their connection, humor, and resemblance were instantly undeniable. But Nadine wanted to be certain, so she asked Walt to take a DNA test of his own.
It's pretty close.
Their genetic match was pretty much perfect.
It's 99.999.
I finally found you after all this time.
My necklace that he actually had made for me is engraved in the back, and it has the 99.99% dad-daughter perfect match.
When you look in the mirror every day and see that necklace,
I smile a little bit, all because of Deb.
Every time I see a picture of her and Walt, my heart just like smiles. It's just so rewarding.
And every day, father and daughter are growing closer, doing their best to make up for lost time.
We talk since day one, or text every single day.
You went looking for health information. How much more did you get out of this process?
Here he is. Lifetime of love from my dad.
And guys, the volunteers behind the Search Squad are truly remarkable. They say even though not all cases have a happy ending, the ones that do are extremely rewarding and put a little positivity back into the world. Guys.
Absolutely, and using social media for, you know,
for all
good.
the crummy things about social media, there are the moments like that make you realize there's still some good out there to be amplified.
back now with Today Food, and we're joined by New York City-based chef Natasha Pickowicz, whose new book, More Than Cake, is out right now. And it's a cookbook that's full of recipes, delicious recipes, unique pastries. Natasha isn't just a culinary pro. No. She's also a bake sale star. And she's got some great tips to help you really shine for your next bake sale. Is that right?
Exactly.
Thank you so much. This is your first time on.
This is my first time on. This
so
is
excited.
Dream come true.
Let's do it. What are we making this morning?
Okay, well, you mentioned the bake sales.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share a few tips for how to have bake sale at home.
Okay.
So one, I think if you are gonna have a bake sale at home, it's so hot, so make sure you're not like putting out a cake with icing that's gonna melt off.
Smart.
Put in like a brownie that's gonna taste great in the sun.
Yes.
Again, it's hot. Have like a little drink, I always like to have a kind of a little spritz or like an apple cider in the fall.
Yes.
So, get people wanting to come back for more.
Okay.
And then, I think we eat with our eyes first. So whenever I'm having a bake sale, I want to put out some flowers, have like a nice linen. So,
All
everything
about
looks
presentation.
super inviting.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's so easy to do, and it's just the most fun thing in the world.
So what are we going to make this morning?
Okay, we are going to make my Nubby granola shortbread.
Nubby granola shortbread.
From More Than Cake.
Okay.
Everyone has, granola at home, a little bit of this. This is actually white rice flour.
Okay.
Because you want the shortbread to kind of like melt in your mouth. And it's gluten-free.
Oh!
Has walnuts in it, tons of protein. Little granulated sugar.
Just a little bit.
Sweetness. And I'll season my pastries really well.
Okay.
So this is great because you make the cookie. Oh my God. Make the cookie exactly.
And then and that becomes this.
Exactly. And then you want to keep your butter nice and cold.
Why is that?
So it doesn't get greasy in the cookie because you want the cookie to be nice and light and just really tender and delicate.
And you're cutting those into cubes, I see.
And then we're just going to toss them into this mixture, which
So
is
one by one, or?
just all at once.
Oh, okay.
And then we're going to buzz it all up so this kind of looks like breadcrumbs.
Okay.
So it's super delicate.
And that becomes this.
Yeah, so feel this. It kind of feels damp, sort of sandy.
It does. It feels like sand.
Not too,
Just one taste it.
Probably tastes great.
Yeah.
So, and again, you can use any granola you want.
What's the word? What's the word, kids?
It is so delicious.
Oh, good.
And buttery.
Again, gluten-free, melt in your mouth. So the way I like to do this is just take the back of your knuckles and just very lightly press it in.
Little pro tip there.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you don't want the cookie to be too dense and gummy. You just want it to be melt in your mouth.
All right.
It does melt.
And then, I love to kind of score it right in
How
the
long
pan.
are we baking that?
Like half an hour, 35 minutes.
And that then becomes this.
And then that becomes this. So I just kind of run a knife through it because you want little bite-sized squares because they are so intense. It tastes so good.
Oh my goodness.
Let's try this.
And then, get in there.
That thing kills
And then last thing.
Oh!
I love the.
We're all putting flaky salt on our cookies now. So you just want to make sure you're hitting it with the little
Gosh,
flaky
that's
salt.
yummy.
The salt on everything makes it taste that much better. It just elevates
And these
it.
cookies, are we going to share the recipe on the website? This is like one of the best cookies I've ever tasted.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so this is my buckwheat chocolate
This
chunk
is
brown butter.
buckwheat?
Mm-hmm.
So are these gluten-free also?
That does have a little bit of wheat flour in it, but it's a mix. These are gluten-free. I hit these with powdered sugar at the very end, so it's really you get that pop of bright color at the end.
That's yummy.
Mm-hmm.
Try this cookie.
Can I try the cookie?
Add a piece with the salt.
And you said buckwheat?
Buckwheat.
Why buckwheat? What's the?
Buckwheat is earthy and nutty. It goes great with chocolate.
Oh my gosh.
Really good.
It goes great with
I'm just
brown
keep
butter.
adding some sugar.
I know, he just keeps
That's
adding powdered
yummy.
sugar in my plate here.
Tableside powdered sugar.
Yeah.
So this is my,
This is pretty easy to make. Is this equally as easy?
Have you ever made a chocolate chip cookie before?
I have. It's been a while.
I think it's about as simple as making a chocolate chip cookie can be. But you brown butter. I toast the flour so really bring out
so you bring out a lot of the flavor.
Intensity of the buckwheat.
Natasha, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And congrats on the cookbook as well.
Thank you so much.
These are really yummy.
This is like top 5 of all time.
Yeah. This morning on the third hour of today's Shark Watch, the predators are swarming crowded beaches this holiday week.
We don't go out too far because I know they're coming close.
Several suspected bites in just the last few days, but even a scaly encounter won't stop this shark bite victim from getting back in the water.
Very excited. Go back and start shredding again,
Then, what to buy in July. 'Tis the season of deals. Camping gear for you, toys for the kids, plus how to take advantage of Prime Date for free and more giveaways. And to knocking down walls. Lil Jon, the iconic rapper turned home renovation mogul, expanding his empire. We're going to catch up with him about his hit show and unexpected new music collaboration. That's all ahead today, Thursday, July 6th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good Thursday morning. Welcome to this third hour of Today. I say Thursday. Some people say Friday Eve.
No one says Friday Eve.
You don't think so?
You know what it is? Because of the holiday, it's like every day has felt like Friday.
It's been and you guys have had really long weeks, too.
Yeah, but company in town. I tell you who's celebrating this week is Al Roker, spending some time with his new baby granddaughter, Sky Clara.
Sky Clara. You're going to just call her Clara.
I know.
Because you convinced yourself that they named the child after you.
I told Claire, I'm like, guess what? Al's new granddaughter was named after you.
Yeah. This is Chanel Jones. This is Dylan Dreyer.
Yes,
I'm Craig Melvin.
good morning.
Thank you for waking up with us.
Yes, so we have to talk about this weather. In fact, severe weather is causing mayhem amid a record-breaking holiday travel period. In fact, summer storms are blamed for 6,000 flight delays, hundreds of cancellations all over the country. And look at this, as the holiday week comes to an end, millions still on the move. So if you're heading home or maybe back to work, you'll have plenty of company on the road. AAA projecting more than 50 million people drove 50 miles or more on their getaways. So now, of course, they have to get back home.
Yeah. And with that brutal heat, it's just roasting Americans from coast to coast. In fact, more than 100 million people are waking up to another scorcher, temperatures above 90 degrees. And if you feel like it's been especially bad, you're not wrong. In fact, the two hottest days in world history, the history of the planet, they've happened this week.
Since we've been keeping records.
Yes.
Right. Like
That's
at least
a long
over
time.
200 years.
That's crazy.
Obviously the hottest days for us, significantly.
Any
It's
relief?
I mean, we will get some relief. Unfortunately, we're in July. You know, we're in the hottest part for the Northern Hemisphere all across the world. So it is going to remain very uncomfortable. We are likely to break a couple records, continuing with that theme. Your heat index will be up around 95 to 100 degrees across the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. The second you go outside, you certainly feel just how heavy the air is. And we have low air quality alerts in effect as well because of the high levels of ozone. Nothing to do with the wildfires, but just when you have this heat and humidity, you get that bad air quality. And that also continues down along the Gulf Coast with temperatures feeling like they're up around 100 or more degrees. We also have a risk of very strong storms today through the Central Plains, especially from Denver right over into Kansas, parts of Oklahoma. We could see baseball to softball-sized hail. Imagine that falling from the sky. Winds over 75 miles per hour and tornadoes are certainly possible later on this evening into about the midnight hour.
But it feels like everyone's dealing with the heat, regardless of where you live in the country right now.
Everywhere.
And it feels thick outside.
It certainly does.
All right.
Let's talk about the other big story that's getting a lot of attention this morning. Some hope on the horizon for families who are grappling with the effects of Alzheimer's. And according to the CDC, Alzheimer's is the 7th leading cause of death in this country. But there's some exciting news today. The FDA expected to approve a new drug. It's called Leqembi, and it has shown, it's been shown to slow the progression of the disease. It doesn't eliminate Alzheimer's. It doesn't cure it, but here to break it all down is our senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, always good to have you. And again, we should note, and maybe it's changed in the last few minutes, but at last hour you said it's expected to get approved at some point today, correct?
Exactly. And from what I've heard, it has not happened yet, but that's what they expect to happen. They gave it accelerated approval back in January, meaning that it showed some promise. They didn't want to wait till the phase 3 trials because they wanted to get it out there. And they say now the phase 3 trials came in, they have the information they need, and they want to go ahead and do a full approval. We think that's going to happen today.
So what makes this different from what they have right now on the market?
So there's not much out there right now, and that's the main thing. And there is a few drugs out there, but the main difference being is this medication is the first one to not just clear the amyloid plaques, which are the plaques that we think are partly responsible for Alzheimer's, or at least part of the equation, part of the picture here, but it also slows progression of the disease itself, of the dementia. And it's important to understand what I mean there. By slows progression, I mean it's not stopping it, it's not reversing it, but over an 18-month period, it had a 27% decline in the rate of dementia increasing.
I feel like that's significant if you're dealing, if you're dealing with it, or if you have a relative who's dealing with it. But there are side effects, though.
And that's the thing. That's the controversy that's out there. Is people are saying, this is one tool we have. The only one that's been shown to slow the progression. And let's give us something. This will give 5 months of more time with the relative who can actually understand us, know who we are, that type of situation. Others are saying that's not much. That's just a modest decrease in that rate. So is it worth actually doing right now? And there are some side effects. Brain swelling and brain bleeding were the one. About 14% of people in the initial trial had these side effects, serious side effects. And so the concern is, are the side effects outweighing the benefit? Depends on who you talk to.
It's also really expensive, too.
$26,500 for the year. And what we don't know is who's going to cover it. CMS is coming out and they're saying it looks like we're going to cover it with a couple of conditions. One, that it has to be mild dementia, which is important. And that means they have to be diagnosed with mild dementia. And also that the doctor who prescribes it registers the patient in a registry so you can keep following them and get more data and more information.
All right, Dr. John, thank you. Again, Alzheimer's, we're talking more than 6 million people in this country who are dealing with it. So thank you
so much. All right, in other news this holiday week, a looming presence at America's beaches. Sharks swimming our shores, and there have been a string of suspected encounters causing panic on the East Coast. This morning, a teenage surfer on Long Island sharing how quick thinking helped save his life. NBC's Emily Akeda joins us from Robert Moses State Park. Emily, I mean, they're out there and people are out there too. What's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the busy season, not just for beachgoers, but also sharks. And the recent rash of encounters has lifeguards ramping up patrols from the ground to the water. You might be able to make out behind me from the air as well. Drone patrols earlier this week capturing dozens of sand sharks lingering in the water about 200 yards from where I'm standing. And experts encouraging people, the millions flocking to the shorelines this summer, to keep in mind that the ocean is home to a wide array of sea life, including sharks, and we are merely visitors.
Here they come. Oh my gosh.
From the Gulf Shore to beaches in the Northeast, a recent string of shark sightings and encounters have holiday beachgoers and lifeguards on high alert.
I'm going to need you to respond for a 10-9 shark attack at the lifeguard station, Kismet Beach.
15-year-old Peter Bancoli telling News 12 Long Island he felt something sharp while he was out surfing early Monday evening off Long Island's Kismet Beach.
My first reaction to when the shark grabbed my foot was to immediately get out the water and get help.
Bancoli says he got back to shore where a friend and another beachgoer helped him until medics arrived. He's now using a scooter to get around as his foot heals. His encounter just one of a handful of suspected or confirmed shark bites this week.
We don't go out too far because I know they're coming close, but we're still swimming.
In Florida, a photographer with our Palm Beach station captured this shark swimming just offshore. It comes a day after another shark got too close for comfort for some swimmers at a beach on the Panhandle. No one hurt in either incident. Experts say increased shark sightings this time of year are normal, in large part because more people are in the water.
It's not that there's a good chance that there are sharks in there. There are sharks in the ocean. The ocean is their home. The ocean is a wild place. It is not a swimming pool.
Dr. Bob Huter, the chief scientist at OCEARCH, a nonprofit that tags and tracks hundreds of sharks, says along with shark populations starting to rebound in recent years, it may seem like encounters are happening more because of social media. Dr. Huter also cautions even when sharks bite, it's often by mistake.
Everybody understands the difference between a dog bite and a dog attack. A shark attack, though, which implies that the shark is really trying to kill and feed on the person, that is so incredibly rare.
Back on Long Island, Peter Bancoli won't let his injury prevent him from getting back on his board.
Just very excited. Go back and start shredding again, you know?
And you can already see people trying to beat the heat and flocking to America's coastlines this morning. If you are considering going into the water, just keep in mind that sharks, we are not the target for them. They are looking for fish. They are looking for seals. If you do see marine life, swim, though, in the opposite direction. You also want to avoid wearing flashy jewelry that a shark could potentially mistake for a fish. And then in the very rare circumstance that you do see a shark swim close to you, approach you, Don't panic. Just calmly back out of the water slowly, guys. Perhaps easier, though, said than done.
Yeah, I would
Good advice, though, because I think, if you see fish in the water, you're tempted to go and, check it out.
But if the fish are running away, you run away, too.
Well, there's
just
that.
assume. Yeah, just assume. Okay, Emily, thank you.
Good advice. No, we're going to leave that alone.
They have intuition.
Fish run, you run.
They have intuition. We're just going to put that on the table for you to think about. All right. Coming up in Consumer Confidential, Vicky Nguyen is going to tell us what to buy in July for all your summer needs. And she even found some freebies for you.
Fish can't run.
So I said we were leaving it on the table. Didn't I say that?
And later, new hope for the world's dying coral reefs as conservationists. Can I get through this? Find a genius way to help bring our oceans back to life. Those fish just running away. We'll be right back.
So if the fish are running away, you should run too.
You swim with them. Get your everything about.
Welcome back. Even if you missed the 4th of July sales earlier this week, there are plenty more markdowns to look forward to this month. So here to tell us what we should be buying and what to hold off on is NBC senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen. Good morning to you.
Good
morning to y'all.
Let's dig right in here. What purchases can help us get the most bang for our buck this month?
All right. Well, I know that Craig and Al went on a camping trip a while back. Maybe it's time to get you ladies involved in that. We might have a little video. But this is the time to stock up on your outdoor gear, from the big things like the tents all the way down to the small things like the LED lanterns, Patagonia. All of these things are on sale at various stores, including REI, Backcountry, and Moose Jaw. I don't know if you've heard, but they've got some buy one, get one deals. Moose Jaw.
Okay.
So this is the time because the weather is amazing and people want to get out there, and camping gear is very expensive. And also cycling gear is on sale this time of year. The next thing to think about, we've been talking about tools and home improvement items since Father's Day because that's the kind of time everyone wants to get out and DIY. Paint, apparently, according to Cheapster, paint is on sale right now. Even though people aren't really trying to be inside painting, you can actually buy the paint ahead of time, and unopened, those cans can last years.
That's a great idea.
And paint is expensive, right? And then finally, this is a great time, according to the crazy coupon lady, to stock up on your toys. Walmart has 2 times per year when it does this huge toy clearance, July and December, up to 90% off in-store and online. So, if you're early Christmas shopping, this is a great time. Target as well for those toys.
And kids don't know the difference, honestly. They open up the... Get them now.
Just find a good hiding spot.
Yeah.
Sure. Every time I log on to Amazon Prime, I realize that Prime Day is coming up. There's a lot of things to kind of hold off just a little bit longer for.
Okay, buckle up. I have a lot of information when it comes to Prime Day. July 11th and 12th, the sales start at 3 a.m. You can actually set deal alert notifications for products that you're interested in, so you don't have to be on the site all the time. It'll just send you an alert, hey, this thing is on sale that you've been looking for. It's always a secret what's on sale, but Kindles, Fire Sticks, the Ring doorbell, those are some items that are popular that are expected to go on sale.
Oh, the doorbells.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know how much a Prime membership costs per year?
It's like $99, right?
$139. $139
Is
now.
it?
Yes. But you can sign up for just 1 month, the monthly, and cancel after that if you want to try it out. And if you're one of the few people who hasn't exhausted a free trial yet, this could be a good time, so you can take advantage of those deals. Yes, exactly. Which a lot of good programming is on Prime Video.
Jack Ryan, baby.
Yes, indeed. And then there are other retailers who've jumped into this, right? So Target has its Circle Week of deals, July 9th through the 15th. Cat and Jack, Good and Gather, their brands are on sale as well. Best Buy does its Black Friday in July. It starts a day earlier than Prime Days. And then Walmart has a whole week of deals as well, 7/10 to 7/13.
And it's good products, right? It's not stuff they're just trying to get rid of.
No, they're really trying to spur holiday shopping earlier than Black Friday, and July is now the answer.
Okay.
Who still drinks Slurpees?
Do any of you like Slurpees?
Kids beg for them.
7-Eleven on 7-Eleven, July 11th. A free small Slurpee for you, Craig.
Oh, wow.
And if you're part of the 7 Rewards membership program, you could get a free small Slurpee every day from July 1 all the way to July 11th. So you get on that right now. Say it with me.
National Ice Cream Day?
Ice cream.
National Ice Cream
You
Day.
scream.
We all scream.
scream for ice cream.
When is it?
July 16th this year. So Baskin-Robbins is doing $5 off a $20 order if you order through Uber Eats, DoorDash, or Postmates, and you use the code Seize the Yay. Yogurtland is giving double points.
Seize the yay.
Seize the Yay. I know, that is so you, right? And then check with your mom and pop and your local ice cream stores on July 16th as well and support them. They're probably doing a free scoop or something.
All right, before we let you get out of here, what should we hold off on buying right now? What should we stay away from?
So it's still July. It's not back to school yet. So if you need that computer, that laptop, or all those school supplies like binders, pencils, paper, wait until August. That's when you're going to see the best sales: crayons, markers, glue. And then we always talk about grills and patio furniture. We saw some sales around July 4th. You'll see little one-offs here and there. The best time really to buy it is Labor Day when their retailers are trying to move all that huge merchandise out of their showrooms. And fall clothing, that is not for now. You want to wait until Labor Day or even Black Friday because you're always buying for the next season.
Yes. You should already have your fall clothes.
Exactly.
Right?
From last year.
Prepared. All right, Vicki. Thank you.
Thanks,
as always.
Coming up, we're going to take you under the sea for a really dazzling look at the coral reefs coming back to life with a little help from science and a funny-looking invention that could be a game changer in the fight against global warming. We'll have that for you coming up. Also, a little bit later, look who's here, y'all.
Hey!
Rapper Lil Jon. He is in the house to tell us about this fun new collaboration and his passion for remodeling homes.
Really?
Who knew? That's right. Lil Jon. Third hour of today, right back after this.
Good smile.
Back now with our series Today Climate. As vacationers head to the beaches this summer, there's a crisis that's brewing in our oceans. Scientists predict 70 to 90% of coral reefs could die off in the next 30 years. But now there's a real effort underway to save them.
Yeah, this is really a cool story. Coral conservation uses many different methods. In the Bahamas, researchers are growing pieces of coral on what they call coral trees in underwater nurseries. It's part of a program that links our sponsor, MSC Cruises, with graduate students in South Florida working together to identify coral species that can withstand the effects of climate change. The ultimate goal, to regrow the ocean's reefs one piece at a time.
About 65 miles off the coast of Miami, Florida, in the waters of the Bahamas.
You can see the nurseries in the water.
There's an underwater nursery made up of coral trees where pieces of coral of all sizes hang from PVC pipes anchored to the ocean floor.
We have 4 coral trees. 3 are populated with 3 distinct genotypes of corals that are spatially independent of one another, so we can maintain genetic diversity.
Dr. Owen O'Shea is the Marine Program and Research Manager for the MSC Foundation, the nonprofit arm of MSC Cruises, which funds the Super Coral program.
Super coral essentially refers to a coral that is demonstrating a thermal resilience to changes in ocean temperature. And the problems we're seeing with this in reefs is that They are struggling to keep up with their adaptive evolution. Some do it very well, some are incredibly resilient, others not so much.
He says finding the ones that are adapting to climate change isn't easy because they're critically endangered. After less than a year of searching for source colonies of supercorals like this one, he's only found 3.
It's literally trying to find a needle in a haystack or a coral in an ocean. But yet when we do find it, it's incredibly rewarding.
From these parent colonies, Dr. O'Shea harvests hand-sized pieces, breaks them up into smaller fragments, and attaches them to the branches of the coral trees in the nursery.
That's where they'll stay, suspended in the currents, where they'll get maximum sunlight. They get a nice exchange of water. We get a lot of nutrients that come in from the deeper ocean.
After about a year and a half, once these fragments have grown enough and are healthy, he says the next step is to outplant them back onto the reefs to keep growing and repopulating the area.
It's an intervention. We're just giving nature a helping hand. So we're sort of manipulating the environment to an extent where we can control the growth of these corals.
And this research extends far beyond the nursery. The Super Coral program also funds the work of graduate students in 2 South Florida universities. These students test and develop scientific methods in a lab setting to identify the most resilient coral species out there. Each student in the program, like Ramiro Casal Vila, focuses on a different project guided by experts and researchers in the coral conservation field.
We'll be using 3D imagery, so taking underwater pictures of the corals within the nurseries to then create models to quantify their growth. And in the process of this, we'll be creating a standardized procedure.
A standardized procedure that can be used not only to help coral nursery research in the Bahamas, but eventually it could be used in coral nurseries worldwide.
I'd like that my work would be used in the future, essentially gain all the skill sets needed to be able to replicate this somewhere else.
Whether on land, in a lab, or under the sea, this research is part of something bigger that can help save entire ecosystems.
There are so many wonderful people on Earth that are doing coral reef restoration at the moment. So we want to be able to share our results. We want to be able to export and refine these methods on a global scale. What works here might not work somewhere else, but it just might.
That's
really
cool.
love that they're trying new ways to kind of grow this coral. Dr. O'Shea says the underwater nursery now holds 60 pieces of coral, but in just 3 years' time, he hopes to be growing up to 5,000 corals every year.
Wow. And I've heard everybody talk about the problem, but I didn't realize it was that bad, quite frankly, with our coral reefs.
Well, as the temperature of the oceans go up, it kills off the corals. So if you can find a resistant coral to that, then that'll help.
Good. All right, coming up, we're going to sit down with Lil Jon, how he went from rapping to renovating. Probably do a little bit of both. An unexpected new passion for the Grammy winner. And then later, some counterintuitive ways to wake up and feel less tired throughout the day. It's good advice for all of us. The strategies we can all use right away. We'll be right back. next guest.
All by yourself.
I actually want to hear this. Our next guest has been making hits for almost 3 decades now. You know Lil Jon for songs like Snap Your Fingers. There was also Turn Down for What? And of course, Get Low, which reached number 2 on the Billboard charts. Had to read it with emphasis.
Yes, you did. By the way, folks, in case you hadn't heard, Jon has added Home Renovator to his resume now with his hit HGTV show. It's called Lil Jon Wants to Do What? He's back with season 2, and this season, the renovations promise to be bigger and better than ever.
Ooh.
I think that was the only decision I said I wanted to make was the chandelier, and that's the glitz and the glam.
Feels like you're in a fancy hotel lobby. That's what we wanted this experience to be right here.
And look at the fireplace. The fireplace is huge. It's massive. That's beautiful. This is a beautiful
Lots of
space.
texture.
And the couch, it's so soft.
You've got texture and funk everywhere.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
It's a mineral finish on your walls.
Oh, no way.
That's hot.
Cool.
Lil Jon, good morning.
You didn't know I had it in me, did you?
Listen, full disclosure.
Yeah.
Full disclosure.
Yeah.
I was flipping through and I saw Lil Jon, and I stopped and I watched. I thought it was a prank at first. And I thought it was like a sketch. I watched the show. I'm like, oh my God. Lil Jon is a legit designer.
Yeah.
How did this come to be?
Well, I was kind of forced into it. Me and my family were living bi-coastal. We were in LA at the time for like, that was our main place of living, but we still had our home in Atlanta. So we had a pipe burst in our home in Atlanta, and we were in LA, and the water was running for a week. So we basically had to gut the house and kind of just start from scratch, and went through the bad contractors.
Yeah.
And you found your gift somehow.
Yeah. So one day I was just watching home renovation shows, trying to get, some inspiration.
Okay.
And I saw my co-host now, my co-designer now, Anitra. She had a show on, and I reached out and was like, yo, would you be down to like work with me on my home? Because I got nothing in here right now. I had to gut it. So we got together and we complement each other really well, and we did my house over, and her husband, Adam, was like, you guys work really, really good together, and your designs are amazing. We should do a show. So that's how we kind of got into it and came up with this. Lil Jon Wants to Do What?
I love it.
It's a great show.
And so when you meet these homeowners, what is your approach to bringing your vision to life? I know you were talking to me during the commercial break about, feeling the changes. I don't know.
So number one, you talk to the homeowners, you get a vibe from them, you see what they think they want, because sometimes what they think they want, they don't really necessarily want. You'll see that in the season, and you'll see sometimes people want things, but they don't know how to say what they want, and you have to push them out of their comfort zones. So you talk to them and get all that kind of energy from them, and then you walk through the home and you see what kind of stuff they have, you see what their style is.
Yeah.
And then, for me, is let the home speak to you to dictate what you're supposed to do.
Okay.
So vibe guy.
So what is your one piece of advice for someone sitting at home just like looking at the pillows and their couch? Like, I need to do something different. What is one piece of advice for an easy fix?
Read about feng shui. Start with feng shui, because why your house doesn't feel right is your feng shui is off, most likely. So before you start designing, read feng shui books.
Yeah.
And then
I swear by it. It's changed a lot about like the whole vibe.
But, like, the
of our
couch
home.
should be over there.
Like conversation
Just
pieces should
flow.
be here, heat should be here. Like it's just like
okay.
It's all about
it
the
changes the whole vibe of your living space.
And then you have to figure out what your style is, because you can't have like 5 different styles in your house. You got to have a theme for your house, a vibe.
Is it true you have a hookah bar in your house?
I do. I have a kind of a nightclub.
Of course you do.
And then I have a hookah lounge in my house as well.
Wait,
that's pretty cool.
Do you prefer? Do you like perform in said nightclub? Like,
No, I do have a
house
DJ
parties?
booth. I do have a DJ booth. I had a really big party once.
Okay.
I created a really nice. My basement level was a bar. These really big doors that open up to create an indoor-outdoor living space, and it's really everything in there is custom.
I bet.
We love custom on the show too.
Really quickly before I let you get out of here, you've collaborated, obviously Usher and Pitbull.
I was at that concert.
This
by the way.
Tiffany Haddish, she revealed this track recently. How did this collaboration come about?
Well, her team reached out to me and was like, Tiffany wants to do something with you. And I was, I'm a fan. Everybody loves Tiffany.
Sure.
Come on, how could you not love Tiffany?
Sure.
So they sent over the song, and I was like, let's do it.
Let's do it.
And knocked it out. And we're shooting a video soon.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
So that's going to be funny.
What a fun journey.
Funny.
You are a Renaissance man.
I'm trying, brother.
A Renaissance man. Lil Jon, thank you.
I'm going to get you some AC, though.
Thank you.
I know you need some AC, darling.
How about I just come to one of your mansions? We have a house party. We'll do a house swap. You want to do that? Season 3 house swap.
Now America knows you don't have air conditioning.
I don't. It's really.
Lil Jon, thank you. Season 2 of Lil Jon Wants to Do What premieres Monday, 9 o'clock on HGTV.
Coming up here telling my business. I
thought we were friends.
You invite me to the house party. Coming up next, what if you could wake up feeling refreshed instead of tired? We're going to learn how to keep up your energy all day. And then later, Isaac Fitzgerald is here with the best escape read of the summer and more books to throw in your beach bag. We'll be right back.
All right.
I'm calling the Whitehead book.
If you're feeling a little tired this morning, join the club. I've been yawning all morning.
With the busy summer season in full swing, those longer days can leave all of us feeling a little exhausted from time to time.
So this morning we have Dr. Tara Narula. She specializes in cardiology and internal medicine, and she's here to help us feeling beat. Dr. Narula, good morning.
Good morning.
So listen, a lot of people complain about being tired, but when is it a symptom or when is it time to worry?
Yes, I remember growing up, my mom always saying, I'm so tired. And now as a parent, I say I'm so exhausted. And for my patients, I hear this really often. And we know that about 7 million medical visits a year in the U.S. are for fatigue. And in fact, 20 to 30% of patients, when they go to see their primary care provider, one of the things they mention as being so important to them as a problem is fatigue. More common in women. And so when is it an issue? It's an issue if it's persistent, if it's something that really is interrupting your ability to do daily tasks, to do your job.
Like it's hard to function.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the time when you really need to talk to your doctor about it.
And if that is the case, are there any medical issues that we should be looking out for if you're feeling that?
Right. And that's the thing. A lot of people downplay it and they say, I'm just overworked. But actually it can be a sign of underlying medical condition. And in my world of cardiology, we talk about things like cardiovascular disease or coronary artery disease or heart failure as being presenting as a sign with just fatigue.
That's scary.
Which is scary. So thyroid disease or other hormonal abnormalities, even times like menopause, anemia, vitamin deficiencies like vitamin B12, certain infections. So in the Northeast, we think about Lyme disease this time of year, HIV, hepatitis, mono, rheumatologic disorders like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, and then cancer. And then I want to throw in there just medication. So lots of times we take things that may be contributing to our fatigue. So important to go over your medication list with your doctor, certain antidepressants, beta blockers, which are cardiac medications, antihistamines, can all lead to feelings of
I'm glad you're bringing this up because you don't have to live tired, right?
No.
There are things that we can do, or there could be something wrong that you need to get checked out.
Exactly.
And doctor, it's not just physical things that could be wrong. It's important to keep our mental health in check, right? To keep our energy levels up.
Right. And it's so important to talk about mental health. We know that we're finally pulling the curtain back on that and showing how what happens up here can have physical manifestations. And it's one of the things that can really fly under the radar. So, but anxiety, depression, PTSD, chronic stress can all lead people to feel fatigued, even substance abuse. So it's important to ask those questions.
Okay.
But the great thing, cognitive behavioral therapy, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, we have a lot of great ways to address fatigue when it comes to being caused by mental health
That can
issues.
help with your energy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
What about exercise, Doc? I mean, what do we know about the correlation between lifestyle habits and things like exercise and fatigue?
Well, the more you move,
Yeah.
the less fatigued you're going to feel.
Okay.
So it's important to get in that 150 minutes a week of, we say, cardio, some strength training. Sit up if you're at your desk all day, get a standing desk. Even things like going outside and getting into some bright light or putting a bright light at your desk can help. And then diet is really important. So a lot of people think if I just eat that sugar-loaded snack, it's going to give me a boost of energy, but then you can have a sugar spike and a crash. So what you want to do is add in some protein, some fats, don't skip meals, don't overeat, and really make your pattern kind of small, frequent meals throughout the day.
And you also advocate limiting your caffeine.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes little caffeine can certainly help, that afternoon coffee, but when you drink too much caffeine, it can actually make you feel more tired and even dehydrated. So you want to stay hydrated. A lot of us don't drink enough water, especially now. It's so hot outside. That's important to think about. And then some really cool superfoods that can boost your energy. My kids tease me because I eat oatmeal every morning, but oats, spinach, nuts, almonds, things like that can actually boost your energy throughout
And let's
the day.
talk really quickly about sleep quality.
Right.
What can you tell us about sleep quality?
So unfortunately, 1 in 3 Americans don't get enough sleep, which is really 7 to 9 hours.
Wow.
But as important as enough sleep is what you said, which is quality of sleep. So, people who have sleep apnea, which is another condition that can really go undiagnosed, they have disordered breathing at night and they can think they're sleeping really well, but they wake up and they're tired all day. So a referral to a sleep doctor can sometimes be helpful to pick up on sleep apnea. And then good sleep hygiene. Those of us who have kids, we know how to put our kids to bed the right way, but we don't do that for ourselves.
No. True.
Right. So cool, dark room, quiet, put away your devices, don't overeat before bed, don't drink alcohol.
We should take our own advice.
I know. Like everything you're saying, I'm like, I just need to take
exactly.
Thank you,
Good, Dr. Really, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tips.
All right, coming up next, best-selling author Isaac Fitzgerald is here with his picks for the best reads of the summer, from thrillers to romance. We'll be right back. Now that summer is in full swing, nothing beats relaxing outside with a good book. So we brought in an expert to share the hottest reads of the season. Isaac Fitzgerald, you know him as the best-selling author of Dirtbag, Massachusetts. We love when you're here, Isaac.
I'm
Good
so
morning.
happy to be here. Good morning. How are we all?
We're doing
Great.
good.
I am so excited about
Craig
this one.
zoomed over and took the book right off the top.
That's absolutely right. This is the one. You're absolutely right. Great taste, Craig. This is Colson Whitehead's Crook Manifesto. It's the second book in his Harlem trilogy. 10 years have passed, which means it's the 1970s now, and we're still with Ray Carney, the main character. He's a family man. He's a businessman. He sells furniture. He's also a little bent. Just a little crooked. But he got out of the game.
He did.
What happens when you get out of the game?
Oh, they try to pull you back. They
Get
try
you
to
back
pull you
in.
back.
It starts with him needing Jackson 5 tickets for his daughter and turning back to his life of crime. It's so good. Colson Whitehead is having so much fun writing these novels. I love it.
I so enjoy he's one of my favorite writers.
I mean, 2 Pulitzer Prizes, you know?
Yes. But what about a thriller for folks who are interested in those?
The Guest by Emma Cline. Let me tell you, Emma Cline's just gimlet, sharp-eyed take on the Hamptons is wonderful. This book is beautifully paced. It's eerie. It's sexy. We follow Alex. She's in her 20s.
Okay.
She's kind of smitten in the world, in the lavish world of this 50-year-old man, Simon, and she wants to stay in that world. She's got burnt bridges here in the city. She's got a dangerous ex, so she wants to stay in the life of the Hamptons. And this follows her around, yet the eerie pace to it really gets speedy at the end. It's great for a mystery lover. It's great for a thriller lover. And the sentences are beautiful. It's a great literary work. I think this one's for you.
That's a
that
good
one's
one.
for you.
Well, wait, I also want to hear about a little romance, like a little romance read.
You like a little
something,
love.
yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
Her Good Side.
Okay.
I love this book so much. It's so fun. You've got Bethany. Her moms are both former WNBA stars. They want her to go into sports. She might rather be cooking, even though she's really good at it. And she's got this friend, Jacob. He got a little hot recently. He's looking real good. But they're just pals. He's a little unlucky in love, so they decide to fake date. Get a little attention from their classmates, but guess what?
They fall in love.
They are headed to Field Zone, baby. Population them. I love this. This book is so joyful. It's so supportive. It's so loving. It's so much fun.
I love that. All right, I'll take this. I love a good romance. Okay, the next one has been adapted into a show on Hulu.
That is correct.
Oh,
it came out in April. It's so good. It started in April. It's on Hulu. It's Tiny Beautiful Things. This book came out a decade ago. It's a collection of advice columns by Cheryl Strayed, who is amazing. All right, this is the book I give to anyone in my life who's kind of going through it. I'm going to keep this one. I'm not going to give it to any. I don't want to say anything about you. Who's kind of I love this book so much, so it's great on the bookshelf. But the Hulu series is fantastic. The cast is ridiculous. They're doing such a good job adapting not only the advice, the heartfelt grit and advice in this book, but also just doing such a good job of capturing Cheryl Strayed as a writer. She's had a hell of a story, so I love it.
Awesome. Wow.
Everyone likes to escape from time to time. This next one you call a mesmerizing tale.
Oh, it's so good. It's absolutely marvelous. All right, Tanya James's Lute. We start in India. Late 18th century, there's a young wood carver who's basically taken in by a sultan to make an automaton, a wooden statue that moves. He has the help of a French clockmaker. Now, stay with me for a moment, because that automaton really exists. This is historical fiction at its finest.
Really?
That statue is real. But let me tell you, the fiction that she writes around it, the mesmerizing, marvelous story that she weaves, it jumps continents, it goes through years. It's all so seamless. This is historical fiction at its best. This is part heist, part love story, part adventure, and it all works. It all works. It's a fully baked novel. I love it.
I'll take that one,
There
too.
you go.
I love
Really
That is
quickly before you
fantastic.
leave us, can you tell us what you're working on? I hear you're traveling the country.
Oh, that is so kind of
Yes.
you. Thank you. All right, so my next book, it's called American Dionysus. It's about a little man that you might have heard of, John Chapman, better known as Johnny Appleseed. I found out that I absolutely love walking. So how I'm spending my time these days is I'm walking around Massachusetts, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and having fun.
Isaac, that's awesome.
Thank you so much.
We always love your picks. We always love chatting with you.
This is fantastic.
Yeah,
Have a
thank you.
great summer.
Thank you.
No one's
All
more
right, to
excited
see-
about books
I know,
than
he's
I.
celebrating.
But it makes us excited. I love it. To
Yes.
see his picks again, head to today.com/books. We'll be right back.
I'm actually.
Tomorrow, the third hour of Today, summer fashion hacks for men and women and some road trip ideas to inspire your next getaway.
Foot and Jen are coming up next inside a really cool lip lab in New York City where you can customize your very own lip color.
Okay. All right. Have a great day, everyone. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
We need a nap.
Celebrating summer with the perfect shade when Bobby takes us to a New York City lip lab. Plus, all the movies and TV shows to look forward to with entertainment experts, the Smith sisters. And from sunscreens to serums, Dr. Dendi Engelman is in to help you protect your skin.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey everybody, it is Thursday, the 6th day of July. If that day rings a bell, your name is maybe George Bush. It's your dad's birthday.
It's my dad's birthday.
How old is your dad today?
I didn't realize he's turning 77.
Wow.
I thought he was 76.
No, 77.
Gosh, the last 2 years have really flown.
How does that feel, 77?
I mean, 77 is, it's a beautiful, lucky, I mean, a lot of people's lucky number is 7 to have it twice.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Also, he's so active and is all on it.
Totally.
So your dad's not alone celebrating that birthday.
Oh, who else
You know
is
when you look
celebrating?
and you say, what celebrities have the birthday?
Yeah, in the paper?
Here are the others.
Okay, who?
Kevin Hart.
I see them. They're birthday twins. Tia and
Tamara Mowry.
Oh, the twins. I love those girls.
Sylvester Stallone. Same year. So Sylvester Stallone and your dad are the same age.
Cool.
They were both born on the exact same day.
That's crazy. I wonder if they were born in the same hospital. They could have been switched at birth. Maybe Sylvester is my dad. Do you know what I mean? I love how they made it. No.
You've lost your mind. All right, so in honor of your dad's birthday, we decided to play a game, and I'm sure he's going to love this. Older or younger than George W. Bush? All right, so I hope
The news is I don't know if he watches our show that much.
Well, that's good. That's good. So our producers have prepped a couple of items, and we have to guess if the person who we're showing or the thing is older or younger than your dad, President George W. Bush. First up, Velcro. Is Velcro older or younger than your dad? I think Velcro, I'm going to go with younger.
You think Velcro was born after my father?
After 1940. Yes, I do. I do.
Oh, I think Velcro is older.
Okay, and the answer is?
Older.
Oh, wait. The forced Velcro patent, wait a minute, was issued in 1954. When was your dad born?
1946.
Velcro's younger.
Yeah, that's
than
right.
your dad.
That's right.
Your dad is older.
We're playing it differently than.
Okay, we thought we were playing.
Who is older
Velcro.
or younger?
So we're playing your dad. Your
so
dad.
I actually lost. I thought Velcro was younger.
Yes, Velcro's older than your dad.
How did this game become confusing?
I don't know, but next up, is George W. Bush older or younger than McDonald's? I think George W. Bush is younger than McDonald's.
Me too.
Okay. Is he younger? Oh, McDonald's did not come around till 1955. So for your dad's first 10 years, he never had a Big Mac.
Yeah, but
not one.
By the way,
First
I
11.
doubt the Big Mac. I doubt they got down to Midland, Texas in the first 10
decade.
years. I bet he didn't have one until his tweens.
Probably till his tweens. All right. Next up, is George W. Bush older or younger than Spam?
He's younger.
Definitely younger. Because Spam's been around. Yes, 1937.
I mean, by the way, just yesterday was Spam's 86th birthday.
See?
I can't believe
you knew
we
that.
didn't celebrate
That's
them.
how you knew. All right, next up, is George W. Bush older or younger than Mr. Potato Head?
By the way, Do they kind of look alike? Not in a mean way. My dad's very cute, but there's something about.
Okay. No, I don't see
You
it.
don't see it?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I think your dad is definitely younger than
I
Mr.
agree.
Potato
I think
Head.
Mr. Potato Head's been around a long
for a long time.
No, 1949.
Wait, what?
The thing is, 1949
Al-
was a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, you're right. But Al told stories about how Mr. Potato Head used to be just a potato.
A real potato?
Yes, a real potato, and they would stick the plastic pieces in. He said that I'm sure that was older than your dad. Okay.
Okay. Next up, is my dad older or younger than a Slinky?
Definitely, your dad is definitely younger than us.
I agree. Younger. Slinky's, yeah.
Yeah. 1943.
This is really
Wow, this is
a
something.
stretch.
This is
One
all right.
more.
Oh my God, is your dad older or younger than the song Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Younger.
I think he's older.
You do?
Rudolph the Red-Nosed. Older! 1949. So when your dad was born the first 3 years, nobody sang Rudolph the Red-Nosed because it
So
didn't
probably
exist.
when he was like 5 or 6 in kindergarten, right when everybody started singing it.
carols.
Yeah.
He didn't know that because there was no cartoon or anything.
Well, there was probably very little television. Wow.
We
Okay,
didn't do
happy
TV.
birthday, Dad. That was a
Happy
tribute to
birthday.
you. Okay, speaking of older things, the flip phone is back. And I agree 100% with this. I had a Nokia. How do you call it?
Nokia.
I had a Nokia, and I feel like I would text like, hi.
A, B, 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 C, C, C. You know what's great about this? And I think you said this just before, a couple minutes ago. This is the solution.
This is the solution.
To our kids' phone problem.
Definitely.
Phone addiction. Here's the solution. You know how they always say, we just need a phone in case of emergencies?
Here.
There you have it.
Here.
We only want to text our friends to find out what's going on.
Go ahead.
There you have it.
Yes.
Done and done.
If I don't pick you up from volleyball practice, even though you don't play volleyball, then you can just say, Mom, you left me again.
So here we go. You can text your friends so
Yes.
you know where everybody is, and you can communicate with us in case you are, in a
Stranded.
problem. Yeah,
Yes.
have a problem. I think it can work.
But I still think
Gen Z's into it, by the way.
Oh, so if Gen Z's into it, then the younger should follow suit.
Yes, Gen Z's into the flip phone. So people are getting rid of their high-tech phones because they want to do that. Let's talk about
because here's what's happening. And I will say this I got off Instagram. I mean, somebody's still posting for me, so but I'm not scrolling.
You're not scrolling, right.
And then I find something else to scroll.
I know.
This is the problem. It's just addicting. No matter what it is
Yeah.
that you're addicted to,
Yeah.
now I'm like just spending time on Twitter. I got to take Twitter off.
Now, by the way, that's happening to me too. I took Insta off too.
You find yourself then looking at
look
Twitter?
something else.
Why are
don't
we-
look for the other option. Camila Cabello, she's on a flip phone.
Look, there she is.
She posted it, I'm Team Flip Phone Revolution.
Wait.
Maybe I can write the theme song, guys.
Flip phone, who wants a flip phone? Right? Flip phone.
Something like that.
We love our flip phone.
I think but by the way, I think she's onto something.
By the way,
She's starting a
I also
revolution.
think we should bring back the BlackBerry. Because here's the thing.
What?
The BlackBerry, first, I fell in love with Henry over the BlackBerry.
Yeah, okay, talk to me.
That has a little more.
It's got more stuff.
It has more, so maybe not. But the BlackBerry is still less. Like, you can't look at Instagram on the BlackBerry, can you?
How about the newer ones?
Oh.
You can.
But let's bring back the BlackBerry from
not
2000.
You know what? Let's streamline.
You're right.
Let's just do flip phone. Let's
Flip phone,
not
flip
throw
phone.
everything.
We love the flip phone.
All right. It is now time for today's Summer Showdown. Hit it, girl.
All week long, y'all, we've been having fun debates about different summer trends. Okay, so here we go. Today's question.
Best lawn game.
Is it A, cornhole,
B, bocce,
or C, horseshoes?
Without question,
Let's
this
do
is
it at
a
the same
layup.
time because we know.
One, two, three. Cornhole!
Cornhole was the best thing invented. I mean, my grandpa used to love to play horseshoes. He loved
Yeah.
a horseshoe.
Yeah, horseshoes
You
are
have
cool.
to be of a certain
No.
strength. And also, if you've ever gotten hit with the horseshoe because you were standing
Yes.
too close,
Yes.
even when they asked
You're right.
you multiple
You're right.
times,
You're right. To get out of the way.
it hurts.
Yeah. So definitely cornhole's number one. I don't know how to play bocce.
Me neither.
Okay.
Bocce always seems like a good idea because it
But-
seems like
and don't you have to-
Italian and
yeah.
Aperol spritzy. You know, they played in fancy
What
movies.
about croquet?
No,
No?
thank you. I mean, again, that seems
Used
glamorous.
to, my parents used to set up croquet in our backyard with like putting those little metal. You just put the little metal things and then you'd have to.
And
knock it through.
did they know how to play?
Well, yeah, we played it, but we just.
What
knocked
about
the ball.
badminton?
Oh, I love badminton.
You do? Badminton with that little.
Wait, I love. You know why? Because you can be competitive and whack it. I'm into it. I'm into it.
Have
All
you
right.
ever played tetherball?
No. Oh, is that with the ball
Thing
on the
around
stick?
the stick?
Yeah.
I used to play camp by myself.
Oh, God, you brought us to such a downer. All right, we got another reason to celebrate today.
Ooh, it's National Fried Chicken Day, and we've got a finger-licking taste test. Say that 7 times right after this.
All right.
Good and good. You guys.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right, not only is July 6th special in the Bush family, but it's also special because it's National Fried Chicken Day.
Okay, so we thought it'd be fun to do a taste test and to eat some of the most delicious dishes in a fried chicken face-off.
Okay, so our culinary director and our friend Katie Steele is here to help us out. So, Katie, what have we done here?
Good morning. We're
Morning.
celebrating all day here to your father, and we're going to be tasting some fried chicken. So,
Okay.
to keep the playing field even, we have all tenders. So, boneless chicken tenders.
So this is from all the famous places that you would know
exactly.
about.
4 different places. They all have different seasonings, a couple of different crunch appearances.
Okay.
So
we're going to taste,
Each
rank
one
from
and
one.
then rank them.
We're going to taste them all and then rank them. We have some barbecue sauce for
first I
each
wanna
too to
try
keep the
one bite
sauce
without.
neutral.
One bite without.
Mm-hmm.
One bite without.
Ooh, did you hear that crunch? That's a little ASMR on the crunch there. Ooh.
What does that mean?
It's like people do it on TikTok where you try things. It's like the sounds.
That is good.
It sounds good. Sounds good.
Are you going to show us after we taste everyone?
We're gonna show it after.
That I love that one.
I love that one. This is a tender.
Ooh.
They're all tenders.
That one looks a little different. Not as crunchy. No, not as much crunch. I'm a little jealous that you're eating them right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, that's good.
Get involved.
Well, then I can't. I'll be talking my mouth.
Wait,
These are all good. This
Those
is
look good.
crazy.
Look at them. A little darker color. Now, are you tender people, or do you typically go for like the bone-in? What's your fried chicken preference?
Bone in.
Yeah.
I like a thigh.
Not me.
Yes.
Not me.
No?
No, I like a tender or a nugget.
I do like a nugget too.
Or a nugget. So this is actually right up my alley.
This one to me looks like the classic chicken tender.
Yeah, it
strip.
also is pretty.
You know? Oh.
Oh my God.
It's good, right?
Hold on.
That's really actually.
Okay, should we reveal which one was
Wait,
which
wait.
and then we'll rank?
No.
No, rank first.
You want to rank first? Okay.
This is a very hard decision.
But I need to try this one again. Remember?
I'm honestly.
I'm intrigued by this one.
No, I'm honestly.
I'm gonna get on that.
I need to really think about some things. Yeah, I think. I agree.
Also, that barbecue sauce.
Okay, do we know?
Okay, let's do number 1.
Okay, mine.
Four.
Oh, we start with 4? Mm-hmm. Okay.
You gotta build up.
Okay, my number 4. Are we doing it? Yeah.
This one?
Agreed.
This one's 4.
Me too.
Okay, but
But I still like it, and I would order it.
I would do 3.
Here.
One.
Me too.
Ooh.
2.
Ooh.
I would do 2 here.
I would do 1 here.
And number 1 is whatever this is, and I'd like to taste it.
But reveal number 4 first.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think it is? What do you think?
I don't know.
We have no idea.
KFC. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's let's just say sorry to the Colonel because the truth is,
I love KFC.
and that was good.
Really good.
But I like KFC's popcorn chicken, personally. That's my favorite. Okay. Number 3 was Jollibee. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Okay. Shall we go number 2? Yeah. Drop the domes. Wingstop. Yeah.
Wingstop.
Known for their wings, but also great tenders. Who would
I
have
know
thought?
what this.
I do
Who
too.
would've thought?
Let's say it at the
What do you
same
think?
time. It's Popeye the Sailor Man.
Go Popeye.
Popeyes.
Is the best.
Popeyes is the best.
You knew it.
It's like when they brought their chicken sandwich. Remember that was going viral? Oh, that was insane.
Okay.
So good.
I still like this one.
Wow.
This one.
Thank you so much. Thanks,
Thank
Katie.
you, Katie. Coming up next, looking for the perfect summer shade of lipstick.
Bobby knows just the place, and she'll take us there. Coming up right after this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We are back with our series, Bobby Tries It, when today Bobby editor Bobby Thomas checks out some of the latest and greatest in lifestyle and beauty.
What do you have for us today, Bobby?
I'm very excited. Today we are talking custom lip color. And if you're anything like me, when it comes to beauty products, it often takes a lot of mixing and matching to find the perfect shade. But I found a place that just might have the answer. Take a look. For years, I have been layering at least 3 products to get the exact shade I'm going for. So that's why I am so excited to be at the Lip Lab in Soho to hopefully create the ultimate one and done custom color.
Hi. Hi, welcome Bobby. We're so excited to have you here.
My name is Kirsten and I will be your color expert today.
I am so excited I'm here. I use a lip liner, a lipstick topped by gloss. And I really want to create one shade that does it all.
Awesome. Yeah, you're in the right place. All of us here are trained in color understanding, so color theory.
Okay, so walk me through the steps.
Not only are you choosing your color, but you will also get to choose a finish. We have the options of matte, satin, sheer, or a tinted balm.
Okay.
We also can add a scent to your lip color. Probably the hardest decision you're going to be making today besides the color is naming your lip color. I'm going to take that name, I'm going to engrave it on the lid of your choice. So we have some different options here of colors for your lipstick to live in, and it'll be yours and yours alone.
On average, how long does it take for you to mix a color?
There are some days when I will get the color on the first try.
Wow.
And there are other days where I will go through an entire sheet and sometimes more. Okay, so I've just swatched your shades out that you already had, and we're going to match these together. We're measuring it, and that is going to convert to the actual final measurements of your lip color.
Would you have ever imagined that she'd be experimenting with this dark color to combine this trio?
Right now I'm scooping them all together. I have them here on my little spatula, and I'm going to mix them. The last one I've added is a little bit more brown to give it a smidge more nudeness.
It looks pretty close.
And now, Bobby tries it.
This is the closest I have ever come to matching this color. The only thing I might say is it feels a little more saturated, but I think that's because we chose satin, right?
Correct. So now that we have a color match, let's go ahead and see it in a sheer. Okay, here's your sheer.
You were right, the sheer just gave it a little lift.
The next thing you have to choose though is your scent, if you'd like to add a scent. So we have the mint, mango, pomegranate, vanilla.
Let's go vanilla.
Vanilla? Okay, so we got color, finish, the scent. Now I'm going to need you to choose which color tube your lipstick will live in.
What about this one?
Love it. We have one decision left.
Okay.
And that is, what are you going to title your lip color?
Bobby's Best.
Cute. We have melted down our lip colors, and then we're going to pour them into this mold. Your colors are done. Let's pull these colors for you.
I officially have my custom color that has bought me back 10 minutes every day, but I can't leave here without hooking up Hoda and Jenna. Okay, so I know Hoda is scraping the bottom of a discontinued color.
Oh no.
And Jenna looked so beautiful on her wedding day that I want to surprise her with a match. Do you think you can help with that?
We can definitely do that. We should call in some reinforcements.
Ladies, we're in business.
What a cool idea.
I love it.
Yes.
So you got, what do you have
So I
for us?
hooked both of you up, and besides my Bobby's Best, which was a match, I made some colors for you.
Wow.
Your wedding day, I loved the lip color, and I know you haven't been wearing a lot of lip
I
color,
have no
so
idea.
we matched your wedding lip with Wedding Ready. They used the photo.
Wow.
So it's this, and then we made two others that a little birdie named Mary in the room, and Deanna,
Yeah.
who's your makeup artist.
Yes.
Said you were loving, so we called them Poppy and Mila.
How sweet is
So you can go
that?
ahead and test it.
So do you mix those, or is it just one? You just wear the
How
whichever
pretty is
one?
that?
Oh, that, by the
So-
way, looks like you
Yeah,
too.
I'll go ahead and put it on.
And then Hoda, you have been running out of a discontinued shade, and that's
Yes.
what this fiery red is.
Okay.
And then
like
you
it.
love a great plum.
Yes,
so
I do.
we matched this off of one of the colors you wear most often, which we call
Pretty.
Hope and Haley.
Oh, give me that one.
So on that note, can I tell everybody the story
Yes.
at home?
Yes.
So Kirsten, our colorist, I said, what's a special story? And she said that a couple had come in and they wanted to make a color for each other. So the two women went by themselves to the engraver and said, we want to call the color something special and we're going to reveal it on Valentine's Day. And when they opened it on Valentine's Day, each of them had no idea the other one said, will you marry me? I love it. It's such a sweet idea, you know, and I love, look, you know, whether you're looking to just have fun with girlfriends, it's the new coffee meetup, or, you know, mother-daughter date.
But I mean, how generous and lovely were you to think of us? Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. All right, coming up next, wondering which shows to binge this summer?
Ooh, we're so excited. We're going to get some recommendations from radio personalities, the Smith sisters, after this.
always looking for good shows, good movies, good music, and I know you guys are too, and we are in luck now because we are curating a summer hype list just for you.
Okay, and here with their recommendations are Lauren, Mariah, and Rachel Smith, the host of SiriusXM's pop culture show, Smith Sisters Live.
By the way, how cool is this that three sisters get to do this together? How did this, first of all, just how did this come to be?
Well, Mariah and I were working as producers on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen many years ago. And Mariah is like a Kardashian scholar, not to be weird, but she's like a preeminent Kardashian scholar. We love pop culture. And so one day, Andy was like, would you guys, all three of you, want to do a radio show? And we were like, sure, let's try it. So we started as a weekly show. Now it's a daily show.
Wow.
And we have a blast.
Y'all have such a fan base, too. Can we just say, we've watched you.
And we've seen you on the red carpet.
Seen you everywhere.
You're busy.
And what I think is great about you, and y'all are going to give us your thing, but you each have kind of different specialties and desires.
Different lanes, right?
Yes. Okay, let's start with summer movie. Y'all each have a pick for us, right?
Yes. Okay, so my pick for you is Joyride. It comes out tomorrow. It is a little bit like hangover-ish. It's a little bridesmaids.
Yes.
It stars Ashley Park and Stephanie Hsu from Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yes.
It is two childhood best friends who go on this epic journey across China to find one of the friends' birth mother. And it's very silly, very raunchy, very body. It's going to be hilarious.
That is what we need. Okay, what do we have next?
Mine, and this is what I've been waiting for years before I knew I needed it, the Barbie movie.
We've been waiting too.
July 21st. If you come into my home, unfortunately, any collab with Barbie, it's in my home. I will have this movie poster just because I don't know why I didn't play with them. But it's Margot Robbie, it's Ryan Gosling. You know, we've seen the posters. She's Barbie. He's just Ken. It's going to be a blast. Pack the theaters. We're excited.
I mean, don't you think that will bring people back?
That
the way
will do it.
Top Gun did?
do it.
It'll turn on a dime. Like, this is what we've been waiting for. The second that foot came out of the shoe in the trailer and stayed in the Barbie shape, I was so
that you were done.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
My favorite thing as a child, and I would say the three of us, were Beanie Babies.
Beanie Babies. They were big.
They were huge. We collected them. Our mother made us put them in little pristine bags to make sure we were keeping them safe.
Princess Diana one.
We had the Princess Diana one.
Yes. A collector.
That's worth a lot of money.
Exactly.
Sell that on eBay.
Exactly. So what I'm going to say for you all is that you all need to be glued to Apple TV Plus. July 28th, Beanie Bubble is coming out. It is a dramedy.
Oh my God, what?
Yes. Starring Zach Galifianakis, Sarah Snook from Succession, and Elizabeth Banks. It is what you all will want to see.
You guys are selling it. I want
Is it like basically the true story of the people?
Yes.
I love it.
Tell us what you got for TV.
Hit it.
I am a huge Housewives fan. I love everything on Bravo, as do we all. Sonia Morgan and Luann de Lesseps, the Countess from The Real Housewives of New York, are doing The Simple Life-esque show in Benton, Illinois, a small town of 7,000 people. They're going to do renovations.
No, they're
putting
not.
on a show. It's called Welcome to Crappy Lake. It comes out this weekend on Bravo.
Wait, is Crappy Lake a real place?
It's the crappy fish that are in the lake.
Is this gonna, so this is going to work, you guys think? This is gonna work?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes,
These women are the Lucy and Ethel of our time.
Wait,
Oh
now
my
that is
God.
a huge, that is a huge statement.
I've only seen
Why was Paula Abdul there?
I don't know.
For the show.
The thing is, with this show, you're going to be asking why a lot, and that's why we watch.
And they're asking the same.
I mean, I just asked why 14 times.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
What else you have?
So a show that we all love is Heartstopper on Netflix.
Oh, I love that show.
It's so good. It premieres on August 3rd.
So it's back for its second
season, starring Joe Locke, Kit Connor. It stole our hearts.
It stole my heart, too.
It's one of the best things I think I've ever laid eyes on in the past 10 years.
I feel the same way.
I can't wait to binge this till truly my eyes bleed. And
your eyes bleed.
I love it. I rewatch season 1 all the time. Can't wait for season 2, and you all need to get it.
It's like the most lovely story of that first love.
Love it.
It's so feeling.
God, I want it again. I want to see it.
Based on the UK about, young queer love. We love it.
So
Love it. All right,
what else
do
do
you
you have for us?
Another thing about a love triangle, The Summer I Turned Pretty is on Amazon.
Back for its second, too.
Back for its second season. It's dropping 3 episodes at once on July 14th, and then it's going to drip out episodes because it'll be too much. These guys in this show are too dreamy for words.
Wait, does she have a love triangle with the two brothers?
With the brothers.
With the brothers.
So good.
Yes.
Oh, wait, that's spoiler alert. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
All right, This is a part of the show we like right now. You guys call it I'm begging you.
Yes.
I'm begging you to watch something.
Okay, let's
what
go.
are you begging us to
Hoda
watch?
and Jenna, I am begging you,
What?
if you haven't already,
Yes.
to watch Jury Duty on Amazon Freevee.
Wait, is that yours?
But it will be.
So good. It is so weird. It's about a regular man named Ronald who doesn't realize that he's doing a whole fake trial as a jury member. Every person is
Everyone's
an actor.
in on
the
it,
judge,
but him.
the jury. James Marsden plays a bumped up version of his celebrity
Wait,
self.
but so some of it is real?
It's all fake.
Oh.
all fake. And he doesn't
But I mean,
know.
the person that's there believes he's
He
really
believes
there?
it's real. And it's so heartwarming. It's
Everyone else
so
is in on the
funny.
joke except
for
him.
that poor
Yes.
fella?
And
Poor
it's just
fella.
so delightful.
Okay, all right.
wait.
What are you begging us
All right,
to watch?
Hoda and Jenna, I'm begging. Watch season 2 of Claim to Fame. It just premiered last month. It is hosted by Franklin and Kevin Jonas. It's all of these relatives of celebrities, and they have to guess who the people are related to.
Oh, that's
so they're in a house. Some of them have fake names. Some of them have fake backstories, lie about how they're related to a certain celebrity. And if you win, you get some money and you get your own claim to fame. It is the
By the
best.
way, I would love that. That looks so cool.
good.
All right, what are you begging
Hoda
us
and
to
Jenna,
watch?
I am begging you, if you haven't already, to get into season 20 of The Bachelorette. It just premiered last week. It is our second Black Bachelorette.
Yes.
This is going to be major.
Wait, is Charity the new host, Jesse?
Yes, Jesse is
I
the
like
new
him.
host.
Yeah.
It's so good. Charity is so sweet. Her family they're all criers, so you know it's going to be the most dramatic
Oh my
season
God.
yet.
They say
You
that every
have
time.
to get into
But
it,
this
I
one,
promise.
you just sold
Wait,
that
is there
too.
still hot tub action? Because that's all I care about.
Always.
Yeah, it's not the
Always.
Bachelorette.
By the way, if there's a tub that's hot, there will be action in it.
By the way, you guys are incredible together.
We all come back. I know you live in LA, but
Would love to.
you're here. You want to come visit your sissy?
Yeah,
Don't leave her out.
time.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
always
good.
want them
All
here.
right, we love
All right,
you guys.
thank you guys.
Can catch the Smith Sisters live weekdays, 9 a.m. on SiriusXM. That's Radio Andy.
God, it's so much
Thanks,
fun.
guys.
We want more of y'all. Okay, coming up next, from melting makeup to breakouts, Dr. Dindy has the solution for your summer skincare troubles. Right after this.
Way to go, guys. Y'all are so good.
All right, just as the cold weather can do a number on our skin, so can the heat and the sun. Thankfully, the doctor is in to save our summer skin.
She is. We've got board-certified dermatologist Dr. Dendy Engelman here, along with 4 lovely ladies in need of some skincare solutions. We have a whole plethora of issues that we want to get to the bottom of, and we're going to start with Dana. Dana, what's your summer skin issue?
So between sunscreen and just sweating, I'm prone to breakouts, typically all over my body, sometimes on my face. So looking for help there.
Good
What can we do, Dr. Dendy?
Well, Dana, you are not alone, because when the warm weather heats up and the humidity's there, it actually increases oil production with our sebaceous glands. So we do see that people are more blemish prone in the summer months. And so Dana is wearing this little hydrocolloid sticker that's you put onto a blemish, and it serves 2 functions. One, it helps to create this microenvironment in order to help the blemish to heal faster.
okay.
It also keeps bacteria out. And what I love is it actually keeps your hands off because it reminds you not to pick.
So you put it on at night before you go to bed?
You put it on at night.
And
you
you
can
were
wear it
saying
throughout the day.
Teens wear this all day long.
Yeah, they love that comes in different colors and shapes. Or if you know, as adults, sometimes we want to be a little bit more discreet, so you have the clear version as well.
Dana, do they work?
They do.
Yeah?
I'm an avid user, and it sucks
And
all
you've
the
seen
gunk
a
out.
difference?
Sucks all the gunk out.
Oh, wow. That's
all you
satisfying.
Now, if your acne is worse, you can always come see a board-certified dermatologist for this new treatment called AviClear, which is the first FDA-cleared energy device that's available for the treatment of mild, moderate, or severe acne without oral treatments.
Okay, we have our beautiful Sarah here. Sarah, what's your question?
So my face definitely has red undertones, and I get redder in the summer, and so I want to have a product that can help keep that at bay.
I think you're not alone in that.
Yes, absolutely. People who are prone to redness or even rosacea, when the weather is warmer, it increases facial flushing. And so we get red. And so this by Dr. Jart is one of Sarah's favorites. And it has two functions. One, it has SPF 35, which of course we want to be protecting our skin. But it's also a little green tinted. And in color theory, that neutralizes the red. So not only is it a treatment that's hydrating and protecting.
So you wear it kind of as a makeup?
So you wear it as...
Or as a moisturizer?
As a moisturizer, but it also is
Look
a
at the
protectant.
before and after. Sarah, do you love this?
I do. I love it. I've been using it for like 6 months, and it's helped.
You've noticed a difference?
I really have.
Yes, she's a big fan of it. And I also, as a treatment, we have this Maestro by Skin Better. And this is an active that they did clinical studies and showed that not only did it decrease redness, pore size, skin texture, and help with dullness in 2 weeks. So it's really a working treatment that helps to minimize redness. So for those prone to redness, this is a great treatment.
Oh, Claggett, you look good. Claggett was worried about going on without any makeup. You look cute.
You know what? You're a beauty.
Yes,
it don't
you
matter,
are.
makeup
Yes,
or no makeup.
You are. All right.
Okay, we have Sarah.
Yeah, what's
Hi,
your issue, Sarah?
So my skin is very oily throughout the year, but in the summer it just gets really, really bad. And whenever I put on makeup, it just melts as soon as I walk out the door.
That
happens to me too sometimes.
Yeah, you work so hard and then it falls right off your face.
Yeah.
And
So what do you
this is a great primer by Milk. And I will tell you, I'm friends with Sir John, who's Beyonce's makeup artist, and he swears by this. It helps to keep your makeup in place, and it's also mattifying, so it decreases the appearance of oiliness.
Oh.
So this is a great thing to put on before
I
you.
know, I never knew really what the purpose of primer was.
So you put your moisturizer and then the primer,
That's right.
and then the
it
makeup
helps
just glides
stays-
on and stays on.
That's right. And then as a board-certified dermatologist, I'm always telling people, reapply every 2 hours. But who's
Sunscreen.
going to put sunscreen all over your
makeup,
face?
I
Right.
know.
So this solves the problem. This is a sunscreen mineral brush that you can put right on over the makeup. It's SPF 50, so it's great for not only setting makeup,
everyone You can't use see that?
to mattify.
No.
You can't see anything, but it gives you sun protection in a powdered
this is
form.
a good thing to keep in your purse.
Yes. And then even if you're traveling, no one's going to take it with TSA.
Oh, great.
By the way, excellent. All right, Kathleen, do you have a summer struggle?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I have really dry skin. You'd think during the summer my skin would be more supple and moist.
It
but
looks pretty beautiful.
Well, thanks so much. Well, actually, I've been borrowing this cream from my niece. She's 5 months old. Her name is Maven, and my skin feels so great.
Okay, so what should she use? What's
So
the
just
cream?
like babies kind of get chafing in their
Yeah.
skin folds, so do adults. And if you think about, we're sweating and our skin is rubbing and there's friction. So this is by Highlands, and it's actually a
By
baby.
Highlands?
Yes,
That's
a
the baby
baby
stuff,
balm.
yes.
Yeah, it's a baby balm, but you can use it for the whole family.
So babies would use this for, sorry, I didn't
okay.
mean to-
You got it.
for like, for psoriasis or something?
Yeah, you can use it on skin
Good,
folds,
like
you
that.
know, diaper rash, but you can also use it for adults in areas where it's prone to chafing. But if you don't have any babies or you want to use a more adult product, this is by Elizabeth Arden. This is 8-Hour Cream. This is kind of a cult favorite
Yeah.
that's in everybody's makeup kit. And it's great for hands, elbows, knees, feet, and even like flyaways or eyebrows. You can
Oh,
use
really?
it. And
Oh,
so it's
wow.
a really great cream to use by Elizabeth
I know,
Arden.
Dr. Tim,
Thank
you always bring it.
Thank you. Check out all these products. Go to today.com/shop.
Coming up next, it's a boardwalk bonanza with one of our favorite Plaza players.
Love it.
Right after this.
Ladies.
I like the Highland baby ball.
Nice job, you guys.
Good job.
been bringing you the fun and games all week long with our series. It's called Boardwalk Bonanza. And playing with us today is Emily Kopecky. She's from St. Louis, Missouri. She's here with her husband, Scott. Guess what? They're newlyweds on a mini moon right here in New York. Is this so weird that you were just outside a second ago and now you're inside? Okay, here's how it works. We've got 3 games. Knock them down, where you have to knock down all of the bottles on this podium behind you. Then you go to the balloon pop thing, where you get the darts and you have to pop 3 balloons. Then you go to the basketball section, where you have to make 3 baskets. Okay, 45 seconds. How are you feeling?
Ready to go.
You feel confident? I think Scott is also a believer. Yes, Scott is.
Okay.
Go, Emily.
Okay, Emily, first of all, we love how supportive Scott is. Here's the deal. If you complete 1 game, you get a small prize.
Yes.
If you complete 2, you get a medium prize. And if you complete 3, you get a large prize. It's just like a carnival.
All right, Emily. Okay, so you're going to stand behind this line. Here are the softballs, and we're going to put 45 seconds on the clock. You can take a couple in your hand if you want. It's up to you. All right. Are we ready? Let's start the clock. Go, Emily. Yes. Yes, next. Go, Emily. Go. 3 darts. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my God, girl. Who are you?
You got it.
Take your time. Take your time. Yes, 1. Take your time. 2. You got it. 3. Oh my gosh! Are you an athlete? Emily, you are?
It looks like it.
No, you are. Come on,
Okay,
Scott.
no.
Come over, Scott. Come on.
Here's the deal. Emily, you completed all 3 prizes. So you get this large unicorn.
You can pick, yeah.
And what is on her? Let's see.
Wait, there's an envelope?
There's an envelope.
Wait,
you
something
get
else?
a trip to Belize.
Wait, what?
Wait, hold on. Can we hear more, please?
Oh my gosh.
Tell us more.
Pack your bags. You're going to Belize. Enjoy a 5-day, 4-night stay for 2 at Margaritaville Beach Resort in Ambergris Key. Featuring spacious suites and spectacular views of the sea. This secluded hideaway is home to stunning beaches and unforgettable activities. Airfare credit included. Enjoy.
Wait. Oh my God.
You're going to Belize?
We know you're on your mini moon, but what about a honeymoon in Belize? Are you
That'd be awesome.
Amazing. I cannot wait.
That just happened.
No. Oh my God.
You're so good at carnival games.
Oh my God, you were focused.
You did fantastic. That was great.
You knew she would.
Oh, I
Have
knew
a lot of fun. Send us some pictures from Belize.
Of course.
Okay?
Thank you guys
All
so
right.
much.
Enjoy your time. We'll be back right after this.
Yes.
And here, you got to keep these too.
You killed it.
Coming up tomorrow, we've got all kinds of gadgets to kick your summer off into high gear.
Plus, Hoda and I hash it out in our great debate.
I love these. All right, everybody, have a great one. Tomorrow is
Friday, because today is Thursday.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
The story of Niall Horan's life is one of an Irish teenager thrust to worldwide fame as a member of the biggest group on the planet.
Let's go crazy, crazy, crazy till we see the sun.
Horan and his bandmates in One Direction flew to the top of the charts, filling stadiums around the world and selling more than 70 million albums.
I remember thinking, right, I've just been through the craziest thing that could possibly happen to someone.
And he was not certain about what was waiting on the other side of that dizzying phenomenon.
Scary prospect, obviously, coming off the back of the band. I just had to keep it going. I wanted to make music and just had to trust it.
That trust has paid off in a successful solo career. Horan's latest album is called The Show, a record created when he finally was forced to slow down.
So it's the summer of 2020. Take me back to that time for you. And you're trying to put out new music. You've just had your second album come out in March of that year.
True, yeah.
And you're getting ready to go on a tour. Of course, everything is canceled, except you don't have your instruments.
All my gear was locked away. We were just about to go on tour in that April. All my guitars had left my house. They were all boxed up in a lockup somewhere, ready to go to the first show. And it was just me and the piano and in the house.
So when you sat down at that piano, were you doing that to start to write a new album, or was that just something to sort of pass the time and get through this bizarre moment?
Well, I'm always kind of just like noodling anyway. You know, you just kind of sit down there and play around, sing some melodies, play some chords, and hope for the best. And then if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. That's when I wrote that and sung the first couple of lines, and the lyrics came out. I was like, oh, maybe this is the time now, and maybe this is the start of a record.
If everything was easy, nothing ever broke. If everything was simple, how would we know?
The Show is the title. Let's start there. What does that mean? What is The Show?
Well, it didn't mean anything until I wrote the song, The Show. The lyric in the song, The Show, is basically me saying how grateful I should feel for everything. Because during the pandemic, we kind of lost all of that control that we like to have as humans. The show then became a metaphor for life in my head. Like, you know, the different acts throughout. And then straight away, once I'd written that song, I realized, all right, well, there's a title for a record. And now that title provokes thoughts, you know, that make up the different spokes of the wheel of life. And that's kind of where it started from.
There's a weightiness, or some of the subject matter is heavy, despite the sort of some of pop sound to some of it anyway. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's very fair. There's a weightiness to it in a different way than my previous stuff. Like, I tend to be the guy that writes the breakup songs, and my last album was called Heartbreak Weather. And I've tended to been that guy, but when there's no heartbreak, the subject matter changes. And what was going on in the world, I just gotten into a new relationship, so that was good. But then there was the other side of things, where the weight of the world that was 2020 and the time I was writing down notes, you know, that's what was going on the planet. I tend to try and write with a bit of weight, but my songs always seem to have some sort of like a silver lining to them. I tend to try and have, like, as dark as they sound, I try and make them have a bit of uplift and a bit of hope somewhere along the line.
You're a big vinyl guy?
Yeah. I think it's because of what I grew up on.
The 29-year-old Horan grew up in Mullingar, Ireland, about an hour outside of Dublin. He was raised on bands like the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac, and taught himself to play the guitar.
I probably didn't properly start playing until I was probably 10, 11 maybe. There was a guitar in the house that I was given as a gift to someone, and they never played it. So it was like this little nylon stringed, kind of Spanishy type guitar, and it was just sitting around. And I would like, it was at the start of like the broadband dial-up connection. So when everyone was not using the landline, I was like sitting on YouTube. And I've still, to this day, I never had a guitar lesson or anything like this. But I would sit on YouTube, watch songs that I liked, like guys playing covers on them on YouTube, and like pause when they'd like set their fingers.
Really?
On the frets.
Wow.
And just like see where their fingers were. So to this day, I couldn't tell you more than about 6 chords.
At 16, and with no formal training, Horan was convinced by his high school French teacher to audition for the British singing competition, The X Factor.
I think you're unprepared. I think you came with the wrong song. You're not as good as you thought you were.
Despite a rocky start, the judges put Horan through, later teaming him up with Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Liam Payne, and Harry Styles to form One Direction. They finished in 3rd place, but that was just the beginning.
What Makes You Beautiful went #1 first week. And then there was a bit of noise around Europe, and we went over to Europe, and it was like thousands of screaming girls in the streets of Amsterdam and Milan and, you know, Berlin and places like this. And it was like, what's going on? We were just on a network TV show a couple of weeks ago. And then it started, a bit of noise started coming from over here, and then it just snowballed, and it snowballed very fast. And the rest is history, I suppose.
Yeah. So how does a teenage boy, and you were boys, how do you begin to wrap your head around what's happening? You come from a humble place, you've got your family and friends who mean so much to you, and all of a sudden, the streets are filled with people screaming your name. How did you begin to cope with that?
Everyone was just in a state of shock the whole time. Like, looking at the first billboard in Times Square, you're like, Times Square? I've seen that in the movies, you know? There was always a bit of like, where are we? How do we do this? I think that was what was attracted a lot of people to the band. I think it was very clear that it was 5 working class, blue collar kids who were just the deer in the headlights and are now like these worldwide known people. We have to remember, it was us, our team, our bubble around us, and we just kind of went from place to place worldwide and just kind of went along with it. If you're looking in, it must have looked crazy, you know, and everyone's going, you're the biggest band. And we were just kind of still having a great time. And just, we always used to say, like, normal people doing an abnormal job, which is a good outlook to have. Remember one of the stadium tours was called Where We Are Tour, because we always used to be like, look where we are. It was literally named because we were just always like, what the hell's going on? And every now and then you catch yourself just like looking at each other, just going, this is nuts. Like on stage at like the MetLife or the Garden, or, you know, you'd have a moment every now and then. It was just like, this is nuts. Thankfully, that's never gotten old. I love it.
You keep that wonder about you. And anybody who knows you says you're obviously an extraordinary artist, but you're a normal guy. You know, you can sit and have a pint and jump in there and sing karaoke. Is that just your foundation, your family, your friends, just keeping grounded in all of that?
You just have to have the right people around you and keep friends and family close, and don't let any infiltrations or anything like that happen. And then just be yourself. I think people can see through the BS sometimes.
As you look back on it now, these years later, does it feel like a dream or something? Or how do you look at it now as a
I think I've been able
grown man?
to, I think that was what was important about the pandemic for me too. It was, as I said, it was the first time I'd sat still. With that comes reflection and like just actually sitting and just going like, what's just happened for the last 10 years? This is the first time I've actually had to like think about the achievements and the tours, and the fact that I can say that we played like 2 years of stadiums is just nuts. Not many people can say that at all. In the most humble way, I say that. So having that period to just like sit back and be like, oh my God, it nearly feels like it's like a separate life now that I'm like a bit older and a bit, you know, I've solved the world now. I'm so mature now.
You're a wise man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I definitely have a wiser, like, and a good outlook on things looking back. I didn't lose the plot along the way. I'm not a Hollywood horror story.
Right, right.
Horan has imparted some of that wisdom during his first season as a coach on The Voice, where he won the competition with singer Gina Miles.
You are unbelievable.
How much fun has that been for you?
Oh, it's been great. Like, I was nervous going into it, you know, having come from a show like that.
Right.
I was like, do I want to go back into something like that? I've never mentored anyone before, but it was the best decision I made. It's so much fun.
I bet you have incredible empathy for the people on that
Oh,
side of it, having been there before.
For sure, yeah. I know exactly what it's like to stand there and like have your future in some famous bloke's hands, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm the famous dude with the future in the hand.
With 3 albums under his belt, Horan has shown he can stand alone, away from the boys in the band.
Went back to London and I just had to trust that. I guess the biggest thing for me was I knew I could write a song. How good was the next question? I had a fan base that if I was to release something, there was a fan base there to receive in some shape or form. You know, some people would hang on to it and some people wouldn't, whatever it may be. I just had to kind of trust that I could write a song and that if I was to release something, some people would be there to take it on. How long it was going to last, again, we never know.
You had the advantage of a built-in fan base, as you said, but also it seems to me the challenge of some people wanting to just put you in that box and say they're boy banders. That was a moment in time. You had to prove yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think there's always a level of trying to prove yourself. Like, it's so competitive out there. It's not easy to just go and like write a song, release it, and just be convinced that it's just going to do well. Like, that's never a guarantee, ever. It's still not. But there's definitely an element of, right, I'm going to put my best foot forward here, try and give everything I can in performances, be myself in interviews, and then the rest is just like up to the people. It's the great thing about music these days is that power is in people's hands. They'll make the decisions on whether you stick around or not. And then hopefully you write a good song here and there and there's a bit of longevity to it. I've been doing it for, 14 years now. I really hope it doesn't stop anytime soon.
No, I think you're in good shape, my friend.
Thanks.
I think it's, yeah.
Okay, this is our conference room. Believe it or not, this was my dining table.
Is that true?
It is true.
You really are a scrappy organization.
Scarlett Johansson has been scrappy from the start, on screen. And now in business, with the launch of her skincare line, The Outset.
I want to talk about The Outset a lot. I'm here for the eye cream.
Great.
The Colin Jost eye cream,
the
as I
Colin-
understand it.
That's how it's commonly known as, yeah.
But let's start, if we can, with Asteroid City,
Sure.
which is an amazing Wes Anderson film. Beautiful to look at, as all of his stuff is.
My word, it's hot.
Johansson plays Midge Campbell, a 1950s movie star forced to quarantine in the fictional desert town of Asteroid City.
You were very good in the one about the tramp in the brothel who
Thank
gets
you.
amnesia and
Thank
becomes
you.
a pediatrician. You were very
It's
authentic.
actually maybe my favorite character I've ever
I don't know why
played.
nobody else liked it.
Oh.
So what is that phone call like when Wes says, not only do I want you in the movie, but I wrote a part for you?
It's like a career dream goal, definitely. I was very excited to read a script in its entirety of his, which I'd never had the chance to do. And it was in the middle of COVID, right in the middle of COVID, so I was not expecting to get any calls about work. I'd sort of, just kind of had taken a bit of a pause, I guess. It was a time that felt all over the place. And so I read the script, and I play a few different characters in this film. So I play an actor who's playing an actor who's also preparing a play. So there was a lot to discuss. I had to wrap my head around.
I don't like the way that guy looked at us, the alien.
How did he look
Like
at
we're
us?
doomed.
Maybe we are.
As with every Wes Anderson movie, there may be no point exactly into asking what it's about, because it's kind of an experience. But how do you describe this film to people who are thinking about going to see it?
The film is really sort of exploration in existentialism. It's, I think, a film that's made, it's very reflective of where Wes is at, I think, in his life and career. The fact that it was written and developed during the quarantine time is definitely baked in there. It's very self-reflective, and I think it's also a celebration of creativity and the nomadic circus that actors create around themselves. That is something that I think it comes up in Wes's work a lot, that real fondness and celebration of that environment.
So how do you describe the Wes Anderson experience? It's so cool to look at, obviously, and fun to watch. All of his films are. But on the other side of it, as an actor, what does that mean? How is it different from other things you've done?
Well, I think Wes's love of that nomadic circus is really, it's also represented in the environment that he creates on set. We were very isolated in a town called Chinchon, which is in Spain, in an agricultural area. Really never left our compound where we were all staying, and this whole world was created on a watermelon farm. So all the earth and all the mountains and everything were brought in and built, this practical set in the middle of nothing, and just agricultural land. And so it was very surreal, but also so magical. I mean, it was so unique. I've never experienced, I'd say doing theater is maybe the closest thing that I could describe it to, liken it to. It's such a beautiful family that he surrounds himself with, of family he chooses.
So let's talk about Midge specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You read her on the page. Did you get her right away? What did you think about the character?
I actually had to read it a couple of times. My character, Midge, is a movie star. She is beloved. She is kind of narcissistic and self-involved in I think a way that's that's very alluring and enigmatic, and she's aware that she's constantly being watch, that's just an ingredient in her life that's always there. And she doesn't mind that at all. And she's, we looked at just what actors I could kind of hang my hat on and, of that era, whose career could we emulate. And I think Bette Davis was who we both liked. And I just love her. I love her whole spirit and her vulnerability, her strength, her groundedness. Like, she feels to me, very authentic. And so that's who we kind of based her on.
So this role came to you at a complicated time for you as well, to say the least.
It wasn't initially that complicated. Initially, it was wide open and great. But as we waited for the window of time to shoot because of COVID and all the regulations, I got pregnant, and I was very happy to be pregnant. But I knew that I had this obligation to shoot this film, and nonetheless, I at some point had to tell Wes that I was pregnant, because I thought, I guess this isn't going to push for as long as I need it to. And in true Wes fashion, he was so excited that I was pregnant. He said, "How long do you think you're going to need post birth?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe I guess 8 weeks or something." So on my 8-week postpartum date, I was flying to Spain, and with my young, 8-week-old baby and Colin. And so that was another added piece to the experience that was it was wonderful. I mean, it was so wonderful. It was challenging, but it was also completely unexpected. And, I felt so fortunate and grateful to be able to still be able to participate, and then I got to bring my infant baby to the table, and he could be held by Adrian Brody and Willem Dafoe and Bryan Cranston and everybody else. So.
The stories he will have, his earliest babysitters, all Academy Award winners.
That's right. Yeah.
Johansson's own story begins in New York's Greenwich Village, where she grew up with dreams of starring in the Broadway musicals she saw with her mother. She began to audition and landed her first film role at just 9 years old in Rob Reiner's North. After working steadily as a child actress, Johansson was thrust into adult stardom by her performance alongside Bill Murray in the acclaimed 2003 movie Lost in Translation.
I just don't know what I'm supposed to be.
I forgot how young you were when you made that. I mean, 17, you're a high school kid, basically being thrust into this world. Was that a hard thing to have that many eyes on you and to be treated now as an adult effectively after that movie?
I mean, I think just being that age is hard anyway. I felt like I was at a crossroads at that time because Lost in Translation had come out and Girl with a Pearl Earring, and I did some very exciting work, but then I felt like the work that was out there, for me anyway, was not, it was sort of uninspired, and I didn't know, I thought, I don't want to do work that's uninspiring. I would rather do some other thing.
She found the fire again on Broadway, starring and winning a Tony Award in the 2010 revival of A View from the Bridge.
Which sort of brings it full circle, the song and dance and the performance in your living room with your family.
Yeah.
Not only to come to Broadway and do Arthur Miller, but to win a Tony Award. That must have been thrilling.
It was thrilling. Our production was so incredibly received and feel totally welcomed by this amazing community I admired for my entire life, and feel that thrill of being on stage every night and the unexpected, have that, it's so exciting and makes you feel like alive, And
then it's the same year, I think it's the same year as the play that Black Widow and Iron Man 2 come along, right?
Right.
By a twist of fate, all of a sudden now you're in the Marvel universe. So you're at this crossroads where I don't know what I'm doing, to winning a Tony, and now you're in a Marvel movie, and then a bunch that came after that.
Right.
What did the Marvel movies do to your career and your life, just in terms of joining this world that people are so invested in and so many people are aware of and watch it?
Yeah.
How much fun was that to be a part of?
I didn't know whether I would be accepted by this massive fan base that was already there. It was so early days in that genre. I mean, the way that it was then it's just the beginning. I mean, we were on the set of Avengers going, this is either going to be, we're having an amazing time with all these incredible actors, and yet we don't, this could be really awful. I mean, it's so crazy. I remember going, there's a Nordic god, we have a mutant, this like rich playboy turned robot guy, I'm a Russian spy. It was just like, this is a recipe for disaster. Somebody that's been frozen in ice and comes out. It was like, but then here we are.
So this is home.
Yeah, that's the home away from home.
When Johansson is not on set, she's here in the offices of The Outset, the skincare company she co-founded just over a year ago.
This is our like best selling sort of trio. It's our cleanser, our prep serum, and our daily moisturizer.
I'm just realizing I don't do enough. I have no night creams.
What?
I don't have. No.
But you're on camera all the time.
I know. I need to get more serious about my career.
Well, I know.
So what compelled you to take on this challenge?
Since I was probably 12, 13 years old, have struggled with acne. And when I was younger, it was all about sort of stripping away your skin and, basically resurface your entire face. And at some point I was like, I have to kind of just stop everything and just try something else, which was just using very clean, moisturizing products and stop like stripping everything away. And that's when my skin completely transformed.
So is it true that Colin is a big proponent of the eye cream?
Yes.
That's his thing?
Colin was our eye cream connoisseur. I never used eye cream before, and Colin uses it every day. And so I thought, well, why don't, since, it was during COVID and I didn't have so many people to test it on in my Colin became our eye cream expert.
Wow.
And I got him to switch to the Outset eye cream. So.
And he looks great. He's never looked better. So youthful.
He is. He's like de-aging. It's very annoying.
Look at you. You're doing it all. And with a toddler at home. I mean, it's all very impressive.
I mean, I'm sure I left like the oven on or whatever. But, yeah.
a chair, smash it on my back.
Oh, that's the right attitude. He's got the right attitude.
Charlie Kelly calls the city of brotherly love home on the show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
You're like, what's that rascal Charlie up to? What's he up to this time, right?
I'm not thinking that at all.
Yeah.
But the idea for the long-running FX comedy series
Look what I can do!
was born here on New York City's Lower East Side.
We would shoot so many sort of funny videos on these streets.
Where a budding actor named Charlie Day, the real-life Charlie, shot short films with friends that would inspire 15 seasons of Sunny and counting.
My gosh, can you believe how the run of that show? Working on season 16, right?
Yeah, we're
right
editing
now.
season 16 as we speak.
So just the quick origin story behind it for people who don't realize, you and Jimmy, right, your friend Jimmy, you're making these videos, right? And based off those videos of guys trying to figure out Hollywood, here comes this sort of iconic comedy now.
Yeah, well, down the street here, Jimmy Simpson and I used to make all sorts of funny videos. This is pre-YouTube, pre-TikTok, and just to entertain ourselves, to get a little bit better at acting, you know, to say, okay, I know what happens on a stage, what happens when the camera's right here. We've been making a lot of those. I'd moved out to LA and had been talking with Rob about trying to make a television show. And then at some point, he and Glenn had a scene that they said, hey, will you try to make something? Can we film this at your apartment with Jimmy? And, you know, we kind of workshopped that scene and we shot it in my apartment, and there was a spark to it. There was something that just, from an acting standpoint, I think, felt alive and real, and comedically it felt kind of edgy and interesting. We thought, hey, can we just go pitch this second episode? We think it's pretty strong. And that was the version that we wound up selling to FX. Well, FX gave us the money to say, okay, go and shoot an actual pilot with a budget.
But my gosh, to have it go as long as it's gone, it's the longest running sitcom in the history of TV, which is just a staggering thing.
Yeah.
To what do you attribute that? Why does it have such staying power?
There's a lot of factors as to why we've lasted for so long. I mean, first and foremost, the fact that we get along and we want to do it. We're lucky, you know. There's no sort of I hate you, I'm going my separate ways. You know, we really enjoy the process of working together. So that in itself is a gift, and I think each one of us contributes something different that really makes the show work. And then I think the show has felt unfiltered in a way that I think television is now, in general, was not when we began. I think when we began, there were a lot more sort of TV police about what could be an episode of television. And
You were happy it got picked up. You didn't know where it was headed. To become the longest running...
I didn't even change my name because we were just using our own names.
Right.
I thought, well, you know, I'll go with... Well, it was a little sneaky because I thought, all right, well, if I keep the name Charlie as the character and someone sees me on the street and they go, yo, Charlie, I won't have the experience of someone saying, hey, Kramer. You know, I will just assume they're a gigantic fan of me and I won't know the difference. So that one actually paid off.
But isn't that crazy that sort of the genesis of this show happened here? Making homemade
How you
videos.
doing, man?
Hey, guys.
How are you? Thank you, brother.
Those guys were plants, by the way.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
This corner here was where my apartment was. The stoop looks the same.
I don't think they've changed out the light bulb since you were here in '98 either.
Yeah.
Really?
Can we? You're right, if I go up a floor? What floor are you on?
I'm on the second floor.
Wait, that's where I was.
No way.
This was my apartment here. Yeah. I remember my parents came and saw this apartment, and it was the first time they were really worried about me.
You were born here, I know, but you grew up in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Your parents are music teachers.
That's right.
So you had a real musical background.
I did.
When did performance come into your life? Stage performance. I want people to see me. I want to go act in plays and do all that kind of stuff. Was that an early thing for you?
Yeah, I'd always been doing it. So there was a relationship to the arts in my house. I'm grateful for that. Looking back, I think I was embarrassed about it as a kid, like, why are my parents listening to classical music or watching an opera on the TV? I want to go play baseball with my neighborhood buddies, and I'm going to look, if they come in here, it's going to be real embarrassing. So I sort of was rebelling against it and thinking, no, I'm just going to be a sporty guy, and probably it was like a primal thing, like girls will think that's cooler. And then around my senior year of high school, started teaching myself how to play the guitar and did a play, and then maybe started to get attention from girls for the first time in my life. I thought, okay, this is a better fit for me.
Summer stints at the Williamstown Theater Festival were followed by voiceover work for the Independent Film Channel.
If you would hear like, coming up next on IFC.
Yeah.
It's Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. Paid for my apartment right down the street here.
It was around that time Day met his wife, actress Mary Elizabeth Ellis, moved to Los Angeles, and watched his career take that sunny turn.
This is cheating, by the way. You're cheating on me.
With a doll.
And you guys, I think, are committed through 18 seasons or something like that?
I mean, yeah, well, we have the offer from FX
the offer, okay. Yeah.
to go up to 18.
I mean, to me, it could go on indefinitely as long as you guys enjoy working on
Yeah.
it. If you enjoy working together and it's still funny, and it is, then...
It's harder and harder to do. I think with how much everyone has going on in their lives, the ideal version of the show for me is the three of us having nothing going on in our lives except for the show, so that we can be fully focused and committed to the show. That's a hard ask for anyone to say, hey, do that for 18 years and don't pursue any other things, and no one should do that, But I think that's the challenge, trying to find the window where we just make sure we can give it the attention it deserves.
Day's other things include roles in hit films like Horrible Bosses, Pacific Rim, and most recently, the Super Mario Brothers movie. Where am I? He voices Luigi alongside Chris Pratt's Mario.
Sonny has been the greatest thing that's happened to me professionally, but never has been sort of considered like a massive franchise thing. And the Horrible Bosses movies were great, or Pacific Rim was great. But, no one's ever called me to play Indiana Jones. So to be a part of a big franchise is just fun. It's fun to get to be on the ride.
Now that you've been Luigi, they're going to start calling you for Indiana Jones.
Maybe that Marvel phone rings. We'll see.
He's a franchise guy. Cool place to live when you're a young guy,
It wasn't fancy yet, so
Yeah.
it felt like I didn't mind running around with a camera.
Day has been working on something else for almost a decade. A movie he wrote and stars in about a silent star thrown into the Hollywood machine.
You and me are gonna do big things, pal. I can feel it.
Fool's Paradise, also Day's directorial debut, arrives in theaters next month.
This is your first time doing it. That's a totally different exercise, obviously, than a lot of the things producing and writing and acting you've done before. How did that add to the challenge of playing this difficult character, number one, and also running the show? What was that like?
I felt a little comfortable in that arena because at the time that I started, I think I had 13 years experience running the show of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with Rob McElhenney and Glenn Howerton. So I felt comfortable making the decisions that you have to make, what prop to use, where to shoot, and often even where the camera goes. However, I think I ran into some roadblocks, and I also didn't have my two buddies when I was really questioning something. I didn't turn over my shoulder and say, hey, Rob, do you think we should? Oh, he's not, I'm on my own.
Hey, Latte, welcome. Welcome to your team. You got me, your agent. I'll handle all incoming calls. I take 10%.
Day directs a star-studded cast that includes Ken Jeong, Edie Falco, Jason Sudeikis, John Malkovich, and the late Ray Liotta in his last performance.
Ray Liotta really stands out. We were just talking about how good he is. This is like, to me, I was watching that, it's like at his best.
It's probably my biggest regret is that Ray is not going to get to see the audience see him. He has seen the film, and I would often, over the course of making this, call Ray and ask him if he could come to the editing room and maybe give me a little wild line of dialogue here or there. And Ray would text me every, 3 months. Hey man, what's going on with that movie we did? When's it getting out? And like you said, he delivers a performance that is, in my mind, I won't say it's Goodfellas good, but it's Ray Liotta good. It's up to his standards of what he can do well, and he's funny too.
Yeah.
He's really funny in the movie without being over the top, and he would pitch me jokes that he wanted to try, and I'd always let him try it, and I'd say about half of them actually made it in the movie. And he was just a really driven, committed, serious about his craft guy, and I'm excited to get to share another Ray Liotta performance with the world.
Do you have those moments like, my gosh, look at the collection of actors I've assembled here?
Yeah, like having to give a note to John Malkovich felt very wrong. It wasn't an acting note, but he was standing in a place where the light wasn't quite right, and I had to try to be like, I gotta get him to move, but I don't want this to go wrong.
Excuse me, Mr. Malkovich.
Excuse me, Mr. Malkovich. You might know me from basic cable television. Could I get you to move a little to the? It's rewarding. It's rewarding to finally be releasing this movie. I started writing it in 2014, and I first got some money together to start filming it in 2018, and then I wound up reshooting a big chunk of it in 2021, and now it's finally coming out. So ultimately, I feel both a sense of relief as I do excitement. I just want to share it. It's like a child I'm super proud of, and I'm ready for it to go out in the world. And if people don't like the child, well, they could suck it.
And there's your piece
and
right
there's
there.
my quote.
That's it. like how I decorated the room for us?
I'm so touched you did it.
I was here at 4 a.m.
It
up in the
shows.
rafters.
It really, this doesn't happen overnight.
Just wanted to make you comfortable.
You have.
Hi, I'm Scott.
Over the last decade or so, Paul Rudd has made himself comfortable as a Marvel superhero.
Bringing him in. Sorry about this.
An unexpected career turn, perhaps, until he heard about his character.
What has it been like for you, Paul, to step into this Marvel world, which is amazing and so cool and great, but also intense from the fan side, and they have expectations about the characters? You've done a lot in your career, but starting in 2015, you went to like this totally different place. Have you enjoyed sort of being a part of that family?
I have. I really have. It's an honor and a cool thing to be a part of something that so many people care about, that they go see, that certainly has a history, and you're also part of a team. Like, I really like all of the other actors.
Were you surprised by the phone call you got 10 years ago to enter the Marvel universe? I think people had like a preconceived notion of you're funny and you can do all these different kinds of things, but superhero, I think you've said even for you, was like, oh, me?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting that call. You know, it was originally going to be directed by Edgar Wright, who's a friend of mine in Edgar's films, and it seemed like, oh yeah, well, I love his movies, and we were friends, and I thought this would be cool, and I thought, oh, this seems fun, and also Ant-Man, that seems like one maybe people would buy me in more than Superman.
Thor, yeah.
They're definitely not buying me as Thor.
Yeah, I noticed.
The latest Ant-Man movie, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumanium, kicks off Phase 5 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a notoriously secretive franchise.
I want to stipulate for our audience, I have not seen the movie, not because I don't want to see the movie, because I can't see the movie, and you can't say much about the movie.
Yeah.
So what would you like to talk about?
The Fablemans.
It'll be our secret movie, just yours and mine.
We can talk about that.
Give Spielberg all the awards.
It's just a great movie. It's, you know, it's like the love of movie making. Yeah. We could talk about other movies. Have you seen anything recently you liked?
The Banshees of Inisherin, did you catch that?
Caught it, loved it.
Colin Farrell, Brendan Gleeson.
Barry Keoghan. I saw that. Give that guy the Oscar, because God, what a performance.
Top Gun Maverick.
A lot of fun. I don't know if I'd vote for it.
No?
They're all such great fighter pilots.
Having any fun yet?
We nailed this interview.
You're an interesting man, Scott Lang.
I don't know who you are, but you've made a big mistake, okay? I'm an Avenger.
Let's talk about where we find Ant-Man in this third film, to the extent you can tell me that.
It is after the events of Endgame. There was a 5-year gap, people turned to dust, and now they're back, and it's, if you haven't seen Endgame, I just ruined a whole bunch of stuff for people watching this show. Oh yeah, spoiler alert. It's picking up with now the character that I play, Scott Lang, thinks that, okay, finally, I can move forward now with my life, and, you know, that doesn't happen exactly the way that he'd hoped or planned.
You have talked about getting ready for these movies. You talked to Chris Pratt about how to become kind of superhero fit.
Right.
And to paraphrase, I think it was eliminate all pleasure from your life in terms of eating and drinking and things like that. Did you have to do that again for number 3?
I did. I never try and fall too far off of it because getting back to that is really hard, but I think I kind of fell off of it without me noticing. When you're in it, it's not bad. It's kind of challenging and fun, and you feel good. But it's also you think, all right, this is finite. I know I'm going to be doing this for the next 3 or 4 months, and then I won't have to do it. But it's a lot, but it's not so bad when you're in it.
And you're doing it for a good reason, right? And then you pick it up. You're doing it for work, but then it becomes a part of your life, and you maintain it. So what I'm saying is,
presumably,
you look great.
Oh well, thank you. I would like to get back into the swing of things a little more than I've been, but
we're in a break right now.
Well, I mean, as much as ish. Ish. Right. But it's not really a break. It's just because it then becomes oh God, what's more boring than an actor talking about his workout regimen?
See how it baited you into it,
You
too?
suckered me in.
How many calories a day, Paul?
God. You know it's bad when you're weighing your chicken breast. I hate myself when I'm doing it. I'm like, Jesus. Oh, God, what have I become?
Momentum, right? Jump tap.
I know how to do it, Dad.
Oh, do you?
Last time we talked a few years ago, you said your kids were maybe more aware of your career now because of Ant-Man. They used to walk by a movie theater and see a poster.
Yeah.
And say,
well, you know, it's when my kids were very young.
Yeah.
And they don't really understand. You know, I'm not going to, sit my kids down when they're 3 and say, hold on, well, I've got some DVDs to show you. So I didn't really even explain what I did.
Course. Yeah.
My son, when he was about 4 or 5, went to a movie theater to see a movie with his friends, and there was a movie poster that I was on. It was in the lobby. So they all just thought that I worked at the movie theater, which I thought was very cute.
It's really cute.
And then yes, a few years later, I think when he was 15, he finally put it all together.
A father of 2, the 53-year-old Rudd has been a favorite face on movie posters since his breakout role in the 1995 classic, Clueless.
But it seems to me from the outside, you've kept who you are. What advice would you give to an actor who's trying to make it in your business?
I don't know. I mean, I think there's, as far as anyone's trying to make it in any business, there's no one way. I've certainly learned that there's all different ways, and you can eventually achieve your goals. And the way you achieve your goal, if you, it's not going to happen the way you might think it would. Right. But I would say that the one thing that is important is to be polite, be on time, and be nice to people. I just think that is the way it should always be, no matter what you do. I've been certainly lucky enough to work with some of the most successful people in this industry who have had amazing careers. I mean, I'm doing it right now on Only Murders in the Building.
I'm good.
Rudd is a guest star on the upcoming 3rd season of the Hulu murder mystery, playing alongside Steve Martin, Martin Short, Selena Gomez, and now...
I do think it could get a little bit better.
Academy Award-winning icon, Meryl Streep.
Martin Short and Steve Martin. Yeah. That's Mount Rushmore. I mean, truly hero worship. So to get to work with them was, I still kind of can't believe it. Selena, I adore. I've worked with her a couple times, and she's the greatest. And then when I heard Meryl Streep was on board, it just didn't seem real. It still doesn't seem real.
What is that set like? Is it the way we hope it is, which is funny and ad-libby and all those things? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, well, I've only worked on it a couple of days. And, to be around them, the dynamic, I mean, you've spent time with Steve Martin and Martin Short together. Yeah. It's hilarious. It's just constant insults. And to hear them just kind of, to just hear them kind of knock each other, but there's so much love between those two guys. Like, they adore each other, crazy about each other, and it's just so fun to have a front row seat to all of that.
It is. It's fun to sit back and watch the thing that you've watched from a distance, up close like that, I imagine. Do you still have, and this must be one of them, sort of like a pinch me thing, where you grew up watching these guys, you looked up to them, you worshipped them, as you said, and now they're taking their cues from you in a scene?
It's surreal doesn't even cover it. And it's, for one thing, like to feel that way when you're acting with somebody. I mean, when the script is kind of there and you're acting, you're in a scene with somebody, it's a little easier to just kind of forget about it because you're in the scene and you're the character and you have a bit more freedom and you're a bit more relaxed, weirdly, to kind of interact with these people. It's when, you're just kind of like hanging out in the green room or whatever, like waiting during a lighting setup and just, talking and to just find myself sometimes in just regular conversation or, a witness to, like what we were talking about, a comedy show happening, spontaneously right in front of me between just these brilliant guys, making jokes and stuff. It's a nonstop pinch me moment. I'm pinching myself all day.
Good luck tonight. Thanks. Good luck is a curse in the theater. I know that.
They say don't meet your heroes. I've met many of my heroes. I'd say almost all of them have exceeded my expectation. And I think if you want to have any kind of longevity, people don't want to be put down or anything like that. People want to work with people who are pleasant to be around. And if you are rude to people or belittle them or are a pain in the once you stumble, you might not get another shot because people just think, oh, that person's a headache. So any actor I would say that was starting off, I would say, like, you're not bigger than anybody else and you're not bigger than the project. Nobody cares about you. Don't buy the hype and just show up and do your job.
I'm so happy to hear you say that because it's my experience too. The people who have succeeded, the people with longevity, are not jerks. They're there for the team. They lift up people below them. They help them along.
Yeah.
And it's also, I think they have the insecurity that they may have had has sort of fallen away, confident with who they are.
Right.
And they don't feel like they have to do that.
Yeah.
But you're right. We've seen it across industries where somebody slips up and nobody's there to catch them because of the way they've treated people, right?
Yeah.
It's a good way to be.
It's just a good way to be also in life. Life is so hard. Who wants to be around assholes?
Yes.
I'm almost done with this, by the way. If somebody would hop to it and fill this up, maybe I could finish this interview.
Turn on the romantic music now to match up top. A couple more drinks. Congratulations on Ant-Man. Can't wait to see Murders, Only Murders.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining me on this.
Thank you for putting in
date.
all of this work, by the way.
It was worth it.
I know you're a busy guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you're spinning a lot of plates. That you would come into this bar.
Yeah, I skipped work this morning coming to do it.
It
My pay was docked.
Well, it certainly put me in a mood, and I can't thank you enough.
It's over now, all right? He's just about to get started.
It is hard work being John Luther, the good cop with a dark side, played for more than a decade now by Idris Elba.
Because I'm ready.
It looks like a lot of fun as a viewer to play this character.
Nope.
No? Just brutal because you're getting beat up so much?
Getting up at 4 a.m. in the rain, cold. And, you know, I'm just like, can we do a Luther where he's in Hawaii? And there's like, you know, maybe it's a tropical storm, so there is some rain, but not so cold.
I smell a sequel.
100%.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
Luther Hawaii.
Jamaica. I mean, I say it isn't fun. I've played him for 10 years, and he's one of my, you know, sort of dearest characters, if you like.
Elba has played several. In this country, he is known best, perhaps, as drug dealer Stringer Bell from the iconic HBO drama The Wire.
No matter what we call heroin, it's gonna get sold.
But in Elba's native UK, Luther looms large. The popular 5-season BBC series now spun into the new movie, Luther, the Fallen Son.
For me, playing a detective on the other side of the fence, you know, Stringer on as a drug dealer, and Detective Luther, for me, that was like, yeah, I get to reinvent something, and myself, actually. And there's something about Luther being this forthright character that will stop at nothing.
It's DCI John Luther. Well, I mean, it's not. I was a DCI in your department.
John Luther is an ordinary detective with sort of extraordinary circumstances, but very relatable. You know, we're not talking about end of the world crime. We're talking about guys that have real bad sort of ethics. You know what I mean? And he can't stand that. But what the film has now given us is taking this central character, Luther, and putting him in these landscapes, in these scenarios that could be as epic as the ones that James Bond sort of covers. You know what I mean? And I hope people kind of go, wow, James versus John. You know what I mean? Like, I really hope that.
Don't think I didn't notice. There's a moment at a bar, you're sitting there.
I'd say a long day calls for a martini. Whiskey?
I remember seeing that in the script and was like, are we sure, bro? I mean, this is like, it's right on the nose.
Was that a nod to the outside calls for you to play James Bond?
Not purposely, but, you know, I think those who know.
It's a great moment. So now you've certainly raised the question then with the Bond comparison, the franchise anyway, of sequels. It feels to me, having just watched the movie, like there's more to come.
Yeah.
Fair to say, or at least that's the way you'd like it to go?
I think it's fair to say that. Yeah, I think that the ending, again, really sort of opens that door for what are the possibilities. Where does John go next? And I think that's quite on purpose.
Yeah.
I think we all, you know, have a sort of wish to take a few chapters and see this landscape grow and grow. I do. I mean, I feel like there's so much we can offer. Because Lutherland is really wherever Luther goes. So if we saw Luther in Colombia and it had that same sort of Luther aesthetic and it's dark, you know, I think that would still be as engaging as seeing him in sort of London as we know it.
Elba was born and raised in London's working-class Canning Town, the son of African immigrants.
How and when was the seed to become an actor planted? How did you get to that place from a place that was so far from Hollywood or show business?
Well, I mean, you know, I knew in high school, secondary school for me, that I wanted to be an actor. I knew that at the age of 16 that this was sort of my career path. I just didn't know how to get there. And as soon as I left school, I sort of, you know, got into college. And I sort of did a performing arts course, which sort of covered all the bases. But it was right there when I sort of got introduced to method acting and Robert De Niro. I just became fixated. So I was 19 after 2 years college. You know, I worked with my dad. My dad worked at Ford's Motor Company. I worked with him for a little bit. And then I saved enough money and I was like, I'm going to New York. And everyone's going, all my friends were like, you're going where? What? New York? What's in New York? Who do you know? I was like, my career's in New York. I want to go to New York. It's like you're not even acting. You're not even an actor yet. You want to go to New York? Good luck.
And it wasn't easy for many, many years. Finding jobs, you were DJing and bouncing and paying your rent and doing all the things you had to do to survive. So what were those early years in America like for a young, struggling actor?
You know, I think I'd saved up somewhere like £36,000 and used it all within 6 months. And I was broke. And I was not booking jobs. Casting directors were interested, but not really. You know what I mean? Like, don't come to a place where they already have hamburgers. You have to come with something different, okay? So there was really good actors here. But I just came with this dream, and then I was really, I'm a tenacious guy, you know. I stick at it.
And so is it true that when the script for The Wire came your way, you were in the Astro van? Is there any truth to that?
Yeah.
You were spending a few nights in the van?
Yeah. It was a very tough time. I was married at the time, and my wife and I were going through a very bad time. You know, she was pregnant. It was just a rough time. I could barely scrape enough money for our, unborn child, and I lived in a van for a little bit. But at the time, I was auditioning during the day, and my daughter was due to be born sort of like early January. And we're talking about November now, and this script comes in. It's like, this is a pilot. Again, I was seeing really good casting directors by this junction, okay? This pilot's come in, it's called The Wire. Go in to see the guys, but do yourself a favor, don't speak in your own accent, just keep it American. And I did, and quite frankly, it was the moment that my daughter was born, I literally got the phone call that, hey, we want to offer you the role.
The same day?
Yeah, exactly the same
Wild.
day.
I don't know if you believe in fate, but there was something going on that
I
day.
mean, of course I do.
That's
Of course I
incredible.
do. It was a really special time. Changed my life. Changed my daughter's life,
What did that mean to you professionally then, when that show became such an iconic series and such a success, and everyone knew your name and your face, and you weren't this close anymore, you were there?
Yeah.
What did that mean as you went forward in your career?
It just restored my faith, man. Like, that's the bottom line, you know what I mean? It's really easy to sort of have no faith, but when stuff's really tough, and you're just, should I give up or shouldn't I? Don't give up. As bleak as it might, and honestly, that story, you couldn't get any more bleak than that. You know what I mean? Like, I have a child coming, I'm broke, I'm living in America, in New York City. And then, there it came. So it meant a lot to me. It was a life changer. It changed my life financially, obviously, but it really did catapult my career into essentially, what I'm still dining of that life-changing moment.
Right. I mean, why work harder than you should?
No, whether you're talking about The Office or Mandela.
A just share in the whole of South Africa.
Luther, of course, and all these amazing series and going to the Marvel Cinematic Universe and getting all these opportunities. Talk about night and day where you couldn't find a job.
Book.
And now all of a sudden it's like, we want you to be in all these Marvel movies.
Yeah.
It's got to be sort of a head trip to say, I can sort of have my choice now of things that I want to do.
Definitely, yeah. Someone asked me the other day, like, do you still audition? And I was like, no. Like, it wasn't like an arrogant moment. I was just like, no, I don't audition, ever, It's a very, very different scenario now.
Have you ever had a chance to tell De Niro how he inspired you?
You know what? No.
Oh, we got to make that happen.
I know. I mean, I've said it in so many interviews, and I was like, when am I going to meet De Niro? And she's like, dude, you actually inspired me. He had an office down in
Tribeca.
Yeah. I literally fanboyed out one day and just went to his office. And I think I had read in the stage that he was the stage newspaper, that he was holding auditions for a Bronx Tale. It was his film he was directing.
Yeah,
and I was like, I got to be in this, you know what I mean? I got to find a way to be in it. And so I show up, and I said, I've got an audition at the front desk. And they're like, he goes, yeah, go up to the next floor. So now I know I'm blagging this, right? I'm like, wow, I'm going up to the next floor. This must be where Bob De Niro is. And this woman comes out, and she's like, hi, who are you? I said, my name's Idris. Here's my resume. She's like, how did you get in this building? I said, I'm auditioning for a Bronx Tale. She's like, honey, we already did the auditions. I'm just curious to know how you got in here. I was like, well, I just did some research and I hustled it. She was like, wow, you got some nuts on you, boy. I tell you, I have to. Okay, I'll take your resume, but we don't have any more auditions. See you later.
Wow.
True story.
Wow.
And I was like, okay.
It would be fun if we went down there right now and did that again. I'm here to see Bob. That's amazing.
Elba also is an accomplished DJ who has booked Coachella twice and one royal wedding. His other passion started as a side hustle, long before acting paid the bills.
You play a song and there's 5,000 people, hands in the air. That energy, you can't get that in films. You can get that maybe in theater, but it's not as reactive. When it's working, it's incredible. Mind you, when it's not working, it's like,
Do you even have nights like that? Even though they go, oh, Idris Elba's here, that's great.
I think I always have nights like that. My team would be like, you're too hard on yourself. I'm like, no, I just didn't hit it. I didn't hit it how I need to. Yeah.
That's how you keep it sharp, though.
100%.
That's how you keep it sharp.
100%.
I just feel like listening to your journey at moments like this, when you're out celebrating this big Netflix movie you had, you must have a moment of pause and go, man, I worked for this. You know, I came a long way, not just from New York City, but going back to your hometown and working in that Ford plant. Do you pause and think, man, I've hustled my way pretty far here?
Yes, I do. There's no doubt about that. But you know what? I still feel like I've got so much to offer. You know what I mean? I still feel like that guy that's sort of waking up in the van going, today's the day. I really do, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that I'm greedy or anything. It's just that I never really want to lose that sort of inquisitive, what can I do? What can I offer? How can I sharpen? How can I achieve? I never want to lose that.
And next up, Luther goes to Hawaii. I can't wait to see it.
Hawaii, Jamaica.
Yeah, just
Colombia,
somewhere warm with palm
bro.
trees, right?
Yes, 100%.
Thank you, man. This was
Thank you
fun.
very much.
Appreciate it.
killing people. I think he feels better than that.
Alexandra Daddario has crossed over into the world of the paranormals.
Getting angry won't help my patients.
In the AMC series Mayfair Witches, she plays Dr. Rowan Fielding, a neurosurgeon who learns she is the latest in a dynasty of powerful witches.
Do all the Mayfairs have gifts?
We shot in some of the old houses in New Orleans, which are beautiful. It captured perfectly the feeling of New Orleans, the creepiness of the books.
Did you know anything about these stories when you were handed the script?
I didn't actually. I hadn't read Anne Rice growing up. She had this incredible imagination, and she would delve into sort of the darker aspects of human nature in this very entertaining way.
Do you like doing those kind of supernatural horror, I guess you could call it, some combination of those two?
I do. I've never expected to do the kinds of things that I've been able to do and work with visual effects and these fantasy stories that really makes it fun, and you can go crazy with the characters and really, really push it.
The 36-year-old Daddario has been pushing boundaries since she was a kid growing up in New York City. The daughter of two prominent attorneys, Alex, as she is known, opted out of the family business somewhere around the age of 10 after joining a friend at drama class.
We had to think of something sad and cry. I, had no idea how to do that. My friend was crying about she had tried to teach her hamster to swim.
Oh no.
Yeah, it didn't end well.
Oh no.
And she broke down.
I shouldn't laugh.
I know, no, it's not funny. And I will never forget, I was like, oh my goodness. You can take a moment from your real life, something that is, even at a young age, I realized that there was something therapeutic, I think, in that. So I got really into it. Then there were like agents that came to the acting class and they wanted me to do commercials.
And so began your hand modeling career for Barbie.
That's right.
Totally hot, totally cool.
I was hired as the hand model because they thought I was too old. I was maybe big for 11 or something.
Already aging out of parts at 12.
I know.
I mean, come on.
But I was trying so hard to get my face in the shot. When you're a kid, everyone's so nice to you. As an adult, people are like, stop doing that. As a kid, they're like, are you comfortable in that position? Like, they knew what I was doing. And I had a nanny at the time who I believe ended up finishing the hand modeling job for me. They sent me home. I ended up getting fired.
Oh, you got fired from your first
Well,
gig.
I didn't know I was fired, but I was.
They politely asked you to leave.
They said, it's late, go to bed.
So
Yeah.
as this progresses, you do more commercials and you're kind of getting more serious about it. What is your family saying? Because this is new in your family, I take it, right? Were they supportive of it, or do they think maybe this is a phase for you? Or
People ask me that all the time. They weren't not supportive. I think they were supportive of all my extracurricular activities. I was ice skating and playing sports and all kinds of stuff. And my parents worked a lot, and there were 3 of us, so I think they were glad that I was happy doing this extracurricular activity. They were very supportive in that way. And then as I got older, it started to affect my schooling, which I think was confusing.
Right.
But I wouldn't say that they were, they certainly weren't stage parents. But there was actually, I have to say, everything that I did in this business, it was my own decision. I was never led into it. I was never encouraged one way or the other, because I had to make hard decisions about school. And it was tough, but it just showed me that I really, really wanted to do this because I was making decisions that weren't typical.
And so when then does it become, this is what I'm doing? Like, this can actually be a career, it's a way I can make money and pay a rent.
When I was 16, I booked a soap opera.
All my children.
Money does not buy happiness.
No, it just buys you all the beer you can drink, which I guess to you is happiness.
And they did sign me to a contract that I ended up getting let go of after a year. Certainly between getting fired from the soap at 17 and booking my first big movie at 22, there were many tears and, I'm quitting, I can't do this.
But Daddario hung in, then broke out. playing Annabeth Chase in 2 film adaptations of the popular Percy Jackson books.
Stand up and fight, hero.
I hope that the producers and the director, Chris Columbus, know how grateful I am to them, because I know they fought for me and they saw something in me and they plucked me out of obscurity. And I even think that Chris said, you know, something like, he was like, there's this crappy little tape and it wasn't filmed well, but your eye is off the screen. And, you know, they called me in for a screen test based off of my tape and gave me the job. And yeah, it completely changed my life. It was a big movie, but it wasn't like I was an overnight star. But for me, it made an incredible difference in my career and the opportunities I had.
The success of the Percy Jackson films led to roles for Daddario in big-budget movies like Texas Chainsaw 3D.
They're after me.
The 2015 thriller San Andreas, where she starred with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Get down! Get down!
And 2 years later, opposite Zac Efron in the kitschy film reboot of Baywatch.
You are trying way too hard.
Trying's the best part.
Baywatch didn't work, and that's not a secret, but it was still huge for me because I was booking jobs off of just booking that job before it even came out, which usually everyone in Hollywood waits to see how something does. But it made a big difference for me.
Now you've done those big budget movies, you've done all that stuff. What are you thinking post Baywatch about, like, do I need to do something darker or something heavier or something more serious?
I started trying to do very different things, yeah. And I was interested in just having a different experience. And, you know, it was part of my learning curve too, about what works, and because there's all these different business models for making film and television, and who's in charge. And so I learned a lot about the studio system versus independent filmmaking, and how to get financing. And there would be films I started to do that we were getting financing as we were going along some of the time. You just could tell something was going on that I had never really experienced starting my career doing all of these studio films. And I always just tried to focus on the art and on acting and on, you know, that aspect of it. But I also was, you know, picking up on the business side of it too.
Alexandra Daddario has proven she can do much more than summer blockbusters, earning acclaim for her performances in True Detective, American Horror Story Hotel, and Season 1 of the recent HBO sensation, The White Lotus, a dream job she told her agents she had to have.
I really want to get a job.
No, why would you do that?
They were like, we're doing everything possible to get you this job. It was a very, very good job, yeah. And especially being in Hawaii. And sure, you have no idea what something's gonna do. And at that point, I was having issues in my career with what do I want to do next and my limited opportunities as far as what I wanted to do and what was actually coming in and the auditions I was able to get. Then the pandemic hit and I wasn't thinking so much about career strategy at the time. I was just like, that sounds great. Good people, it's Hawaii, it'll be great. And then it ended up being sort of everything I had been looking for.
Why do you think, Alex, it's so registered with people? It became such a thing, and did you see it last night? Oh my God, can you believe what happened? There's something about every one of those characters was compelling, I think.
It wasn't an easy show to watch, but you also loved watching it and combining the humor with the weird and with this social commentary. I think it you know, you couldn't keep your eyes off of it. And it had great music and the actors were all great, and Mike really knows how to capture a moment.
I think I made a mistake.
What's a mistake?
The mistake is getting married.
Daddario earned an Emmy nomination playing a newlywed on A Nightmare Honeymoon in Hawaii.
What did you like about your character, who, as I said, we became close with as viewers? We sympathized with her, we felt what she was going through. What did you like about her?
I really saw in that character someone who, she was sort of helpless. And I think I was able to draw a little bit from myself in some aspects of trying to always make it's gonna be okay and getting carried away with things. And also I think her character, she's sort of innocent in a way. She had an idea of how things were gonna be. And I think I can do that sometimes. And I think that's caused me some success and caused me some failure. I mean, the fantasy of things are what caused me to, you know, empty out my bank account and move to LA at 22 with no college degree and say, I'm gonna go make it. So it can be beneficial, but it can also be detrimental, as we see in The White Lotus. I think she has a fantasy of how things are gonna be with this man in her life, and she's realizing as she's going along that that's just not, it's not what she thought it was gonna be. And for some reason on this honeymoon is when it really all comes to a head. And I was really fascinated by that idea of our fantasy and then how we've sort of tricked ourselves into going along with something that's not really good for us.
And it's crushing to watch because she's a week into her marriage and she realizes, oh my gosh, this is what it's gonna be for the rest of my life.
And she makes her decision to stay because it's too hard to think of the alternative. She's still having a fantasy, even though she knows in her heart, she's still at the end holding on to this idea that it's all gonna be okay and she can change it. And there's something so heartbreaking to that and relatable for me.
Daddario wrote a happy ending to her own real-life love story.
You also had some great news over the pandemic in that you met and married your husband. Congratulations.
Yes.
What's that been like for you?
It's been great. He's a wonderful man, but I've always wanted to be a mom and be married.
And you guys bumped into each other right on the streets, right out here somewhere.
That's right, or some version of that. I mean, I told Vogue that, you know, and you called me out. You said, that sounds like a Nora Ephron movie. I did add a little romantic twist to our meeting, but we did actually have our first date right next door. And then on our second date, I brought my dog, and the dog wandered into the kitchen, and the people working in the kitchen just sort of were like, oh, hey, here's your dog.
So it really is a Nora Ephron movie, the dog wandering into the kitchen.
Well, that did happen, yes.
Okay, we'll take that.
That part did happen.
Take that part of it. Thanks for doing this, John.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me back.
Great to see you.
I think the last time we did it, we were Zooming.
We were Zooming.
During the pandemic.
That was
and
Bigger Love a couple years back.
Bigger Love, and now we're here in person in New York. It's great to be here.
I can't believe it's been that long. What does album day feel like? You've put so much into this, years and years of writing and work and everything, and now the world has it.
I'm truly excited. I think it's similar to being a kid on Christmas, where you're like anticipating and waiting for, you know, what you hope will be a really good day. I want them to love it, and I want to feel like that joy, that there's a connection between what I created and what people feel from what I created. So I'm excited to have that feeling.
And you were such a creative. I can only imagine you pent up at home the last couple of years, just writing songs and putting music to it.
Well, that was the good side of not being able to tour. So we had time to write a lot. That's why I ended up making a double album. I was just so creative and productive and prolific during this time that a lot of material to choose from. And this is a very narrowed down version of what we wrote, because we wrote about 80 or 90 songs.
Did you really?
And we've put out 24 of them. Wow. So yeah, we were so productive and wrote so much during that time. And I've been waiting to give it to the world.
All I wanna do is pull her close. Got me in the palm of her hands. She don't want this song to be over.
With a name like Legend, there's a lot to live up to.
The album is called?
It's called Legend.
Legend.
Yes.
We're finally just saying it.
Yeah.
We're finally going there.
Well, I figured it's my way of making a self-titled album. I put so much of myself into it. It's kind of wide-ranging. It's a double album. It really is a confluence of all my different influences and inspirations. And I was like, this is me. This is a full version of who I am in my life right now. And I'm just gonna call it Legend.
Have you resisted that in the past? I don't think your name's been in an
album or a song. I never thought to do it before. And, you know, I haven't used it in a bunch of titles, but, you know, every headline writer is like, you know, it's too tempting not to use it. Legend in the making, living legend, legend by name, legend by nature, as they say in the UK. So people have used it many times, but I've never really used it as a title until right now.
I think people watching should know, you did not anoint yourself
I
John
did not.
Legend.
I did not.
This was from guys in the studio
Yes.
like 20 years ago.
Yeah,
right?
like 20 years ago, the first guy to call me that was a spoken word artist named Jay Ivey, and he's from Chicago, and I met him when we were working on Kanye's College Dropout together, and he started calling me that, and it kind of evolved into a stage name. And I was hesitant to take it on as a stage name because, come on, I didn't even have a record deal yet. How could I call myself a legend? And then, you know, I was like, I'm going to take this on because I'm not going to go into my career with this fear that it's not going to work out. I'm going to go into it with this belief that I'm going to make it work, and I'm going to try to live up to this name. And that's what I've been trying to do for a couple decades now.
Honey, honey makes the world go round.
So when you sit down, John, to do an album, is it different every time? Bigger Love, maybe you had one sort of theme in mind, and this time something different?
Well, part of the choices I make beforehand are like who I want to work with. Sometimes it's a little more free-flowing, and you know, you never know who you're going to end up in the room with. But a lot of it's planned out at first, but you don't know what that collaboration is going to create. You just kind of, you know, people that you like and that you might be interested in working with. Sometimes it's people you worked with before. Sometimes you want to spice things up and change things up. This is the first time it was executive produced by Ryan Tedder.
Yeah.
I had written with him before, but we had never done this much work together. And it was so much fun working with him. And then we brought in all kinds of amazing creatives, amazing co-writers, amazing producers, amazing guest vocalists. And it just evolves as you go. And you try something and it might not work, and then you try something else, it might not work. But when you hit things that really work and they land, and you're like, I want to do more of that, and it just starts to build. And eventually you've got an album.
Come out hot with
Rick Ross. Rick Ross on track one, and I've collaborated with him more on duets than any other artist. We've done a bunch on his albums, we've done 2 on my albums, and then we've done a few with DJ Khaled and French Montana and various other artists. So we work well together. His voice and my voice, the kind of beats we like to do together, it really works well. But we've also got Jasmine Sullivan, Jid, Saweetie, Jhené Aiko, Ty Dolla $ign, Ledisi, Rhapsody, just some really talented, amazing people, and a lot of people behind the scenes that aren't featured as well.
So you got down to 24 songs from
Yes.
80 or 90, you
Yeah.
said. When you write 90 songs, how do you even decide what the 24 are going to be? And will the other ones end up somewhere someday?
Well, when I've made albums in the past, I've usually written like 40 or 50 at least for a single album. So For this double album, we wrote a bit more, but yeah, there's a bunch of tracks that may never get heard. I don't know. Maybe they'll release them after I die, like Tupac. I don't know. But I like to write a lot, and I like to collaborate a lot, and then I try to really focus in on which songs really move me, the ones that feel necessary, the ones that I feel like will move other people. I try to make it so there's no filler. You know, that's a matter of opinion, but I think I made Legend with no filler.
Yes, no skips.
No skips.
Listen to it right through. When you sit down to write a song, what is the process like for you? At the piano first, or are you with a pen in your hand first?
Sometimes. So sometimes I'm at the piano first. Usually the music comes first.
Okay.
And usually I'm either writing by myself or writing with 2 or 3 other people, and we'll start and figure out some music. We might figure out a groove, a beat, and the next thing I do is I'll start mumbling things that don't make sense into the mic. So I call it a mumble track, but it's a melody and a rhythm, but no lyric yet. So for ordinary people, it's just, so I'll start a song like that. It'll sound like nonsense, but it'll have a melody. And you'll recognize the melody later when the song is done. And I have recordings of all the mumbles that I've done for new songs.
That's your next album.
That's my
The
next album,
mumbles.
just mumbling. But yeah, so every song starts like that. And then eventually I figure out what the theme of the song is, what it feels like, what emotion I'm exploring, and then build the lyric around that.
When you do an album, do you think, okay, my first album was this, my next one was this. This is your 8th studio album.
Yeah.
Do you think of it as a big sort of spectrum of your work, or do you just say, I want to put out the best music this time I can?
I start just thinking I want to make great music, and I want this to be better than what I did last time. And honestly, I want every album to be the best album. When I'm working on Legend, I'm thinking, this has got to be my best album ever. And I go into every project like that, and I go into it thinking I have to prove myself every time too, because I don't feel like I'm guaranteed success. I don't feel like I'm guaranteed that people will love it. So I go into it thinking I have to prove to them that it's worthy of their attention, worthy of their love, and worthy of them coming back to it. And so that's my motivation every time.
Listening to the album and looking at the track list, some of the artists aren't household names that you collaborate with. They're incredibly talented.
Yeah.
And I thought, in some of these cases, this is John lifting up someone he sees promise in, the way you were lifted up when you were young.
Absolutely, and artists did that for me at the beginning of my career, and it meant a lot to me. And I think I also like working with newer artists because they have a way of helping you refresh yourself and keeping you connected to what's next, rather than just kind of stuck with where you were before. And you know, I'm in my 40s now. I've been making records for 2 decades. And I think it's good for me to bring new energy into my life, into my creative process.
Does Chrissy have a favorite song on the new album?
I'm not sure which one it is, but I think it's Stardust. She's had a long time with that song, and it was as we were going through a really tough period in our family. We had lost a baby recently, and it was just a tough time for us.
You are made of stardust. The universe inside you.
And that song was very healing and very inspiring for her and for us as a family. And I think that will always be her favorite.
So it's not the song that you wrote for her about the way
Well,
you have
that's
grown.
not the only one I wrote for her. I just happened to bring that one up recently, but we've got a few. But yes, that one too. She likes that one.
That's
too.
a beautiful song.
It was called Splash.
Yes.
It's a sexy song. A lot of my songs are about sex.
A
though.
few of them, they are. But some about love.
Yes, about love. Some of them about commitment. Some of them are about going through challenges together. The gamut of what it means to be in a relationship with somebody that's deep and lasting.
Well, that's the song I was thinking of, which is where it's sort of the title is sort of a twist. But what you're saying is we're growing differently together, and the more we grow, the more I actually fall in love with you.
Yeah, the song's called I Don't Love You Like I Used To. And when Chrissy heard the title, she was like, what? Why are you writing a breakup song? But it's the opposite of a breakup song. When you are in a long relationship, when you go through challenges together, when you see all the different sides of that person, you actually can grow to love them more because it's been fortified by more real life, you know? It's not just the original infatuation, the original lust, the original attraction that you had for that person. It's so much more than that. And that's what the song's about. I think it's a good like anniversary song.
Absolutely.
For people, because as you grow and your commitment deepens with somebody, you have kids together, all these things, your love grows too.
That's true.
Yeah.
In August, the couple announced the happy news that Chrissy is pregnant again.
How are you feeling about number 3?
Oh, we're excited. You know, it's always a bit of cautious optimism, especially when you've lost one before. We really feel excited. We're looking forward to this new joy in our lives. Our kids are excited too.
Especially given where you guys have come in the last couple of years, this must feel all the sweeter.
Yeah, it feels really good, and it feels like we learned so much over the years through struggle and through the challenges that we faced, and I think we've both grown so much. Chrissy especially has grown a lot in the past few years. We're ready for a new baby in our lives.
You know what they say about number 3? Now you go to a zone defense.
Zone
You
defense.
can't go man
No
to
more
man.
one-on-one.
You got a head on a swivel. You're going to lose one of them once in a while, and that's
Exactly.
okay. That's okay.
Legend's day job allows him to be home in Los Angeles with his growing family. He just began his 7th season as a coach on The Voice.
How great a gig is that, be honest?
Honestly, it's a great gig. What I love about it is, one, I live in Los Angeles, and getting to film in Los Angeles instead of being on the road so much is really nice as a family man. Being close to my kids, being able to take them to school before I go to work, all of that is great. And I genuinely love working with our artists. They're inspiring, they're hungry, they have so much to offer the world, and you just want to help them be the best artists they can be. And that opportunity is so much fun. And my fellow coaches are a lot of fun too.
Right?
They make me laugh. We have a good time together.
It's a good group.
Yes.
It's a good group.
But after 2 years off the road during the pandemic, Legend was craving a live audience of his own.
She showed me what dope. She's so dope.
In April, he began a Las Vegas residency.
Now, you've already had the chance to play some of these songs live in
Yes.
Vegas.
I just love seeing the reaction when people hear the new songs and they see them live without having heard them on a record yet. And it's been a lot of fun kind of market testing them in Vegas. Yes.
And which of those are the crowd pleasers?
Well, All She Wanna Do is like,
Yeah.
it's the best one live.
All she wanna do is, all she wanna do is dance. All I wanna do is get up on her. Got me in the palm of her hand.
The energy just elevates in the room. Everybody gets up and starts dancing. And for a song to do that well without anyone even knowing it when I'm playing it, it's pretty amazing.
You've been home writing songs, as you said, for a couple of years. What was it like to get out in front of that crowd again in Vegas and just feel that energy back finally?
Well, my Vegas show is like no other show I've done before. We have dancers, we have feathers, we have the full Vegas glitz and glamour, but we also really wanted to take care to explore my entire career, my entire journey, my entire story. So it's a really autobiographical show.
With that autobiographical piece of it, when was the first moment, John, when somebody said, "Ooh, this guy can sing"? Do you remember what age that was? Was it in church?
I was
it
in
later?
church. I was probably 7 or 8. I was singing in the church choir. I had begged my mother and my grandmother to let me sing in the church choir. They were in charge. My mom directed the choir. My grandmother played the organ. And so they were in charge of the choir, but I was a little too young to be in the choir for a while. But I kept begging, and I'd be at rehearsal all the time with my mom. So eventually they let me join. And probably by the time I was 8 or 9, I got a solo in the choir. And I felt like I was on top of the world. And when you feel that energy from the crowd, it's very addictive. You want it again. And I think that's why I'm here today, is because I enjoyed that feeling that I felt early on, and I wanted to keep feeling it.
So from that moment, did you think, I'm going to be a professional musician? Was it conceivable to you that was a job?
It was, but I had no idea what that entailed.
Right.
You know, I would watch Star Search, I would watch the Grammys, and I would see, you know, these young artists on Star Search, you know, auditioning and competing. And I was like, I could do that. And then I would watch the Grammys, and that would be the pinnacle. You'd see, you know, Michael or Stevie or Luther, and you'd be like, I want to be up there where they are. I always wanted that, and I had no idea what it would take, but I just kept making music. I was taking piano lessons, singing in the church choir, singing at school. Whenever somebody would give me the mic, I would find a way to sing.
It must be crazy for you to be in an arena or in Vegas with a sold-out crowd and think, I was 9 years old singing in a church.
Yeah.
How did I get here?
Yeah, so in the middle of my show, I usually tell a story about, you know, the fact that this is my dream come true. I'm living my dream, and I feel so grateful. And every time I'm on that stage, I don't take it for granted. I get to do what I love to do every single day. I get to write songs and perform them for people. I get to feel that connection with the audience, feel their energy. It's amazing.
A lot of people talk about your break as coming with Kanye, but I was going back reading, and I didn't realize you played piano on Everything Is Everything.
Yes, so
with
that
Lauryn
was my
Hill while you're
first.
still in college.
Yeah, so Lauryn Hill, she's making the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill in 1998. I was a junior in college, and I, on the weekends, would drive up from Philadelphia to Scranton, and I was working at a church there. I would direct the choir, and I would play keyboard for the church. And one of my choir members grew up with Lauryn Hill. She would drive back and forth to Jersey sometimes to work on the album with her. And she invited me to go with her one time. And eventually my friend says, Johnny, why don't you play a couple songs for Lauryn? She should hear what you can do. So I sit at the piano, play a couple songs, and then Ms. Hill says, why don't you play on this song we're working on right now? I played on the song, and it was Everything Is Everything. Wow. And that was the first time I was ever part of a major record. So I didn't know that the song was going to make the album. I didn't know that my part was going to make the song. But in the late summer, as the album was about to come out, Lauryn's A&R person calls me up and asks me how to spell my name for the credits. And so I'm like, okay, I'm on the album. And then I go back to school and tell everybody I'm on track 13 of their favorite album, which everyone was playing.
Yes.
It was in every dorm room, every apartment. Everybody was playing it, and I was a part of it.
Little did you know it was going to become an iconic album.
Yeah.
You were there just trying out songs
And I
with it.
eventually got signed to that same label that called me up to ask for the spelling of my name. I signed to Columbia as my record deal when I first got signed.
You never know where that break's going to come from, do you?
Absolutely.
Same goes with Kanye, I know.
Yeah.
Kanye was not yet Kanye West.
He was not
when you
very
met him.
famous at the time. He was just starting to bubble up as a producer, and he was living in Chicago, but then he moved to the New York area, and I was roommates with his cousin. And his cousin Devon and I went to Penn together. We were roommates in New York together, and Devon says, I've got a cousin moving here from Chicago. He just started working with Rockefeller. He's a really good producer. He's also rapping as well. So, you should meet up, connect, work together. So we invited him to my show at Jimmy's Uptown in Harlem. And I played the show, and then I met Kanye after the show. And eventually, a few months later, we started writing together. He would help me with my demo, which eventually became Get Lifted. And then I would sing and play keys and write with him on his demo, which eventually became The College Dropout.
It's so cool to think about. Kanye is living in an apartment in Newark.
Yes.
Just writing songs. There was
Yes.
that documentary that shows him working
Yes.
out Jesus Walks.
Absolutely. And so
all
I was
that.
going in there to write with him and sing with him, and then he was helping me work on my new music too. And then eventually I signed with his production company, Good Music, and we made Get Lifted together and a bunch of other albums after that.
And man, you started off with a bang. Your first album
Yeah.
gets 8 Grammy nominations, wins 3 of them.
Yes.
What was that moment like for you? Because album 1, you're here, you've arrived.
It was surreal, and I didn't have any expectations that it was going to do that well. But that year leading up to it, we started to see more and more growth. The album came out, it wasn't a huge hit at the beginning, but Ordinary People started to really blow up, and that was the signature song from the album, and it really connected with a lot of people. And by the time the Grammy nominations were happening, it's the end of that year where the album's been out for nearly a year, and early December, I show up at the nominations and find out I have 8 nominations. And I'm tied with Mariah on her Emancipation, which was like her big comeback album, and Kanye on his second album. And we all have 8 nominations, and I'm nominated for Best New Artist and Best R&B Album and a few other awards. And it was surreal, truly like all my dreams were coming true. And it really just set me up for the rest of my career, because once you get that Best New Artist and you get that Grammy, seal of approval, it kind of opens more doors and makes more things possible. And I've been trying to make the most of it since then.
You've also spoken so much about our society and justice and all those themes that are important to you in music and outside of music. How crucial is that to you to sort of be a voice for those things, especially in this time?
Well, I've always thought that that's what it meant to be an artist, because a lot of my favorite artists over the years, they not only would write songs or perform songs that were inspirations for movement, but they would also, behind the scenes, be funding protests, funding organizations who were fighting for justice. And I just always believed that part of my role as an artist, particularly a Black artist in America, I always feel like we have a responsibility to not just rest on our laurels, not just be in it for our own success and our own money, but to look out for our people and speak out on behalf of justice and equality, America achieving the ideals that we've established as our ideals as a country that we've yet to reach, but I want to advocate for us getting there.
What do you think music can do to that end? I'm thinking about a song like Glory, which number one is a great song, so it draws you in, but then the message gets through to people while they're tapping their feet.
Well, I'm never sure how impactful a song is, because I think there's so much more that goes into change. It's organizing, it's getting people's attention in the right way, it's using whatever moral persuasion you can use to get people to come to your side of thinking. But I think music, one, is inspired by the movement, inspired by people out there being activists. When we wrote Glory, we were writing it inspired by Dr. King. We were also writing it inspired by the people who were protesting in Ferguson at that time. And so we included lyrics that alluded to both time periods. And once we wrote the song, having been inspired by those activists, then we saw people turn around and march with our song. And so it's a kind of a perfect illustration of how that feedback loop keeps going between the artist community and the activist community. We're inspired by them. they're inspired by us, and it keeps it going.
And it's a constant struggle, isn't it? In our culture, it's maybe 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
There's always been a backlash, whether it was Civil War and Reconstruction, you saw the backlash to that, and Jim Crow kind of lasted for decades as a backlash to the advances that we made right after the Civil War. So America's history has been progress and backlash, and all that means is that we can't rest. We have to keep fighting and keep pushing toward a more perfect union and a more just country.
What gives you hope, John, for America right now?
Well, I think we have to celebrate all of our wins. Each time we are able to accomplish something, a lot of times my organization, Free America, is fighting for legislative change, like we fought for Amendment 4 in Florida. And that re-enfranchised like 1 million people in the state. And when you have a victory like that, it's good to celebrate it. It's good to celebrate these wins. And I think those wins are the fuel that we need for more hope, to keep fighting for more change, and to achieve the goals that we really want. And I think you need that progress to feel that hope, and that hope is the fuel you need to keep going.
Does it feel good to you, John, that at a wedding somewhere this weekend, somebody's going to be playing their song?
Yes.
You're playing your song and have their first dance to that, or people, they love each other because of the music you put on. Does that feel good?
And it's cool because now, because of social media, we're able to see it, because they usually will post a video from their wedding. And so I've been seeing people dancing to All of Me and Stay With You and So High throughout all these years. And now we've got a few more songs that I think might be good wedding songs too. So I always love being a part of people's celebrations, and it means a lot to me that they would include me, because, you know, we sit in these rooms and create these songs, and you never know what's going to happen with them. But when you find out that they mean that much to so many people, it's a beautiful thing.
I interviewed Ed Sheeran a couple of months ago, and he said, I'm starting to think people only invite me to weddings, so I'll get up and sing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You too?
Oh, yeah. For years. My sense is, you know, if I'm going to someone's wedding, it's because I really care about them and want to be there for them. So a lot of times I will end up singing if I'm rested and I'm not too drunk.
But you know it's coming. You can see it coming, right? They want you to get on the piano.
Like, oh, it just happens to be a piano over here. Magical. Who knew? What a coincidence.
Before I let you go, John, I'm lining up all the things you do and wondering how you do them. I'm looking at, you're going to go out on tour, you got the Vegas residency, you've got The Voice, the new album, you're going to be out promoting it. How do you sort of allocate your time? Because you're there with your kids, you're there with Chrissy. How do you put it all together?
Honestly, most of my life is still focused on writing songs and performing. During this couple weeks, I'm going to do a lot of promotion and a lot of interviews, but I try to focus really on the art, on the creativity, and on my family. And those are my main focuses.
Congratulations on the album. People are going to love it. It's so good to see you, man.
Great to see you, Willie.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
The story of Niall Horan's life is one of an Irish teenager thrust to worldwide fame as a member of the biggest group on the planet.
Let's go crazy, crazy, crazy till we see the sun.
Horan and his bandmates in One Direction flew to the top of the charts, filling stadiums around the world and selling more than 70 million albums.
I remember thinking, right, I've just been through the craziest thing that could possibly happen to someone.
And he was not certain about what was waiting on the other side of that dizzying phenomenon.
Scary prospect, obviously, coming off the back of the band. I just had to keep it going. I wanted to make music and just had to trust it.
That trust has paid off in a successful solo career. Horan's latest album is called The Show, a record created when he finally was forced to slow down.
So it's the summer of 2020. Take me back to that time for you. And you're trying to put out new music. You've just had your second album come out in March of that year.
True, yeah.
And you're getting ready to go on a tour. Of course, everything is canceled, except you don't have your instruments.
All my gear was locked away. We were just about to go on tour in that April. All my guitars had left my house. They were all boxed up in a lockup somewhere, ready to go to the first show. And it was just me and the piano and in the house.
So when you sat down at that piano, were you doing that to start to write a new album, or was that just something to sort of pass the time and get through this bizarre moment?
Well, I'm always kind of just like noodling anyway. You know, you just kind of sit down there and play around, sing some melodies, play some chords and hope for the best. And then if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. That's when I wrote that and sung the first couple of lines and the lyrics came out. I was like, maybe this is the time now. And maybe this is the start of a record.
If everything was easy, nothing ever broke. If everything was simple, how would we know?
The Show is the title. Let's start there. What does that mean? What is The Show?
Well, it didn't mean anything until I wrote the song, The Show. The lyric in the song, The Show, is basically me saying how grateful I should feel for everything. Because during the pandemic, we kind of lost all of that control that we like to have as humans. The show then became a metaphor for life in my head. Like, you know, the different acts throughout. And then straight away, once I'd written that song, I realized, all right, well, there's a title for a record. And now that title provokes thoughts, you know, that make up the different spokes of the wheel of life. And that's kind of where it started from.
There's a weightiness, or some of the subject matter is heavy, despite the sort of some of pop sound to some of it anyway. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's very fair. There's a weightiness to it in a different way than my previous stuff. Like, I tend to be the guy that writes the breakup songs, and my last album was called Heartbreak Weather. And I've tended to be that guy, but when there's no heartbreak, the subject matter changes. And what was going on in the world, I just gotten into a new relationship, so that was good. But then there was the other side of things, where the weight of the world that was 2020 and the time I was writing down notes, you know, that's what was going on the planet. I tend to try and write with a bit of weight, but my songs always seem to have some sort of like a silver lining to them. I tend to try and have, like, as dark as they sound, I try and make them have a bit of uplift and a bit of hope somewhere along the line.
You're a big vinyl guy?
Yeah. I think it's because of what I grew up on.
The 29-year-old Horan grew up in Mullingar, Ireland, about an hour outside of Dublin. He was raised on bands like the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac, and taught himself to play the guitar.
I probably didn't properly start playing until I was probably 10, 11 maybe. There was a guitar in the house that I was given as a gift to someone, and they never played it. So it was like this little nylon stringed, kind of Spanishy type guitar. And it was just sitting around, and I would was at the start of like the broadband dial-up connection. So when everyone was not using the landline, I was like sitting on YouTube, and I've still to this day I never had a guitar lesson or anything like this. But I would sit on YouTube, watch songs that I liked, like guys playing covers on them on YouTube, and like pause when they'd like set their fingers
really
on the frets.
Wow.
And just like see where their fingers were. So to this day, I couldn't tell you more than about 6 chords.
At 16, and with no formal training, Horan was convinced by his high school French teacher to audition for the British singing competition, The X Factor.
I think you're unprepared. I think you came with the wrong song. You're not as good as you thought you were.
Despite a rocky start, the judges put Horan through, later teaming him up with Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Liam Payne, and Harry Styles to form One Direction. They finished in 3rd place, but that was just the beginning.
What Makes You Beautiful went #1 first week. And then there was a bit of noise around Europe, and we went over to Europe, and it was like thousands of screaming girls in the streets of Amsterdam and Milan and, you know, Berlin and places like this. And it was like, what's going on? We were just on a network TV show a couple of weeks ago. And then it started, a bit of noise started coming from over here, and then it just snowballed, and it snowballed very fast. And the rest is history, I suppose.
Yeah. So how does a teenage boy, and you were boys, how do you begin to wrap your head around what's happening? You come from a humble place, you've got your family and friends who mean so much to you, and all of a sudden, the streets are filled with people screaming your name. How did you begin to cope with that?
Everyone was just in a state of shock the whole time. Like, looking at the first billboard in Times Square, you're like, Times Square? I've seen that in the movies, you know? There's always a bit of like, where are we? How do we do this? I think that was what was attracted a lot of people to the band. I think it was very clear that it was 5 working class, blue collar kids who were just the deer in the headlights and are now like these worldwide known people. We have to remember, it was us, our team, our bubble around us, and we just kind of went from place to place worldwide and just kind of went along with it. If you're looking in, it must have looked crazy, you know, and everyone's going, you're the biggest band. And we were just kind of still having a great time. And just, we always used to say, like, normal people doing an abnormal job, which is a good outlook to have. Remember one of the stadium tours was called Where We Are Tour, because we always used to be like, look where we are. It was literally named because we were just always like, what the hell's going on? And every now and then you catch yourself just like looking at each other, just going, this is nuts. Like on stage at like the MetLife or the Garden, or, you know, you'd have a moment every now and then. It was just like, this is nuts. Thankfully, that's never gotten old. I love it.
You keep that wonder about you. And anybody who knows you says you're obviously an extraordinary artist, but you've kept you're a normal guy. You know, you can sit and have a pint and jump in there and sing karaoke. Is that just your foundation, your family, your friends, just keeping grounded in all of that?
You just have to have the right people around you and keep friends and family close, and don't let any infiltrations or anything like that happen. And then just be yourself. I think people can see through the BS sometimes.
As you look back on it now, these years later, does it feel like a dream or something? Or how do you look at it now as a
I think I've been able
man?
to, I think that was what was important about the pandemic for me too. It was, as I said, it was the first time I'd sat still. With that comes reflection and like just actually sitting and just going like, what's just happened for the last 10 years? This is the first time I've actually had to like think about the achievements and the tours, and the fact that I can say that we played like 2 years of stadiums is just nuts. Not many people can say that at all. And in the most humble way, I say that. So having that period to just like sit back and be like, oh my God, it nearly feels like it's like a separate life now that I'm like a bit older and a bit, you know, I've solved the world now. I'm so mature now.
You're a wise man.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I definitely have a wiser, like, and a good outlook on things looking back. I didn't lose the plot along the way. I'm not a Hollywood horror story.
Right.
Horan has imparted some of that wisdom during his first season as a coach on The Voice, where he won the competition with singer Gina Miles.
You are
Unbelievable.
How much fun has that been for you?
Oh, it's been great. Like, I was nervous going into it, you know, having come from a show like that. I was like, do I want to go back into something like that? I've never mentored anyone before, but it was the best decision I made. It's so much fun.
I bet you have incredible empathy for the people on that side of it, having been there before.
For sure, yeah. I know exactly what it's like to stand there and like have your future in some famous bloke's hands, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm the famous dude with the future in the hand.
With 3 albums under his belt, Horan has shown he can stand alone, away from the boys in the band.
Went back to London, and I just had to trust that. I guess the biggest thing for me was I knew I could write a song. How good was the next question? I had a fan base that if I was to release something, there was a fan base there to receive in some shape or form. You know, some people would hang on to it and some people wouldn't, whatever it may be. I just had to kind of trust that I could write a song and that if I was to release something, some people would be there to take it on. How long it was going to last, again, we never know.
You had the advantage of a built-in fan base, as you said, but also it seems to me the challenge of some people wanting to just put you in that box and say they're boy banders. That was a moment in time. You had to prove yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think there's always a level of trying to prove yourself. Like, it's so competitive out there. It's not easy to just go and like write a song, release it, and just be convinced that it's just going to do well. Like, that's never a guarantee, ever. It's still not. But there's definitely an element of, right, I'm going to put my best foot forward here, try and give everything I can in performances, be myself in interviews, and then the rest is just like up to the people. It's the great thing about music these days is that power is in people's hands. They'll make the decisions on whether you stick around or not. And then hopefully you write a good song here and there and there's a bit of longevity to it. I've been doing it for, 14 years now. I really hope it doesn't stop anytime soon.
No, I think you're in good shape, my friend.
Thanks.
I think it's, yeah.
Okay, this is our conference room. Believe it or not, this was my dining table.
Is that true?
It is true.
You really are a scrappy organization.
Scarlett Johansson has been scrappy from the start, on screen. And now in business, with the launch of her skincare line, The Outset.
I want to talk about The Outset a lot. I'm here for the eye cream.
Great.
The Colin Jost eye cream,
the
as I
Colin-
understand it.
That's how it's commonly known as, yeah.
But let's start, if we can, with Asteroid City,
Sure.
which is an amazing Wes Anderson film. Beautiful to look at, as all of his stuff is.
My word, it's hot.
Johansson plays Midge Campbell, a 1950s movie star forced to quarantine in the fictional desert town of Asteroid City.
You were very good in the one about the tramp in the brothel who
Thank
gets
you.
amnesia and
Thank
becomes
you.
a pediatrician. You were very
It's
authentic.
actually maybe my favorite character I've ever
I don't know why
played.
nobody else liked it.
Oh.
So what is that phone call like when Wes says, not only do I want you in the movie, but I wrote a part for you?
It's like a career dream goal, definitely. I was very excited to read a script in its entirety of his, which I'd never had the chance to do. And it was in the middle of COVID, right in the middle of COVID, so I was not expecting to get any calls about work. I'd sort of, just kind of had taken a bit of a pause, I guess. It was a time that felt all over the place. And so I read the script, and I play a few different characters in this film. So I play an actor who's playing an actor who's also preparing a play. So there was a lot to discuss. I had to wrap my head around.
I don't like the way that guy looked at us, the alien.
Oh, how did he look
Like
at
we're
us?
doomed.
Maybe we are.
As with every Wes Anderson movie, there may be no point exactly into asking what it's about, because it's kind of an experience. But how do you describe this film to people who are thinking about going to see it?
The film is really sort of exploration in existentialism. It's, I think, a film that's made, it's very reflective of where Wes is at, I think, in his life and career. The fact that it was written and developed during the quarantine time is definitely baked in there. It's very self-reflective, and I think it's also a celebration of creativity and the nomadic circus that actors create around themselves. That is something that I think it comes up in Wes's work a lot, that real fondness and celebration of that environment.
So how do you describe the Wes Anderson experience? It's so cool to look at, obviously, and fun to watch. All of his films are. But on the other side of it, as an actor, what does that mean? How is it different from other things you've done?
Well, I think Wes's love of that nomadic circus is really, it's also represented in the environment that he creates on set. We were very isolated in a town called Chinchon, which is in Spain, in an agricultural area. Really never left our compound where we were all staying, and this whole world was created on a watermelon farm. So all the earth and all the mountains and everything were brought in and built, this practical set in the middle of nothing, and just agricultural land. And so it was very surreal, but also so magical. I mean, it was so unique. I've never experienced, I'd say doing theater is maybe the closest thing that I could describe it to, liken it to. It's such a beautiful family that he surrounds himself with, of family he chooses.
So let's talk about Midge specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You read her on the page. Did you get her right away? What did you think about the character?
I actually had to read it a couple of times. My character, Midge, is a movie star. She is beloved. She is kind of narcissistic and self-involved in I think a way that's that's very alluring and enigmatic, and she's aware that she's constantly being watch, that's just an ingredient in her life that's always there. And she doesn't mind that at all. And she's, we looked at just what actors I could kind of hang my hat on and, of that era, whose career could we emulate. And I think Bette Davis was who we both liked. And I just love her. I love her whole spirit and her vulnerability, her strength, her groundedness. Like, she feels to me, very authentic. And so that's who we kind of based her on.
So this role came to you at a complicated time for you as well, to say the least.
It wasn't initially that complicated. Initially, it was wide open and great. But as we waited for the window of time to shoot because of COVID and all the regulations, I got pregnant, and I was very happy to be pregnant. But I knew that I had this obligation to shoot this film, and nonetheless, I at some point had to tell Wes that I was pregnant, because I thought, I guess this isn't going to push for as long as I need it to. And in true Wes fashion, he was so excited that I was pregnant. He said, "How long do you think you're going to need post birth?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe I guess 8 weeks or something." So on my 8-week postpartum date, I was flying to Spain, and with my young, 8-week-old baby and Colin. And so that was another added piece to the experience that was it was wonderful. I mean, it was so wonderful. It was challenging, but it was also completely unexpected. And, I felt so fortunate and grateful to be able to still be able to participate, and then I got to bring my infant baby to the table, and he could be held by Adrian Brody and Willem Dafoe and Bryan Cranston and everybody else. So.
The stories he will have, his earliest babysitters, all Academy Award winners.
That's right. Yeah.
Johansson's own story begins in New York's Greenwich Village, where she grew up with dreams of starring in the Broadway musicals she saw with her mother. She began to audition and landed her first film role at just 9 years old in Rob Reiner's North. After working steadily as a child actress, Johansson was thrust into adult stardom by her performance alongside Bill Murray in the acclaimed 2003 movie Lost in Translation.
I just don't know what I'm supposed to be.
I forgot how young you were when you made that. I mean, 17, you're a high school kid, basically being thrust into this world. Was that a hard thing to have that many eyes on you and to be treated now as an adult effectively after that movie?
I mean, I think just being that age is hard anyway. I felt like I was at a crossroads at that time because Lost in Translation had come out and Girl with a Pearl Earring, and I did some very exciting work, but then I felt like the work that was out there, for me anyway, was not, it was sort of uninspired, and I didn't know, I thought, I don't want to do work that's uninspiring. I would rather do some other thing.
She found the fire again on Broadway, starring and winning a Tony Award in the 2010 revival of A View from the Bridge.
Which sort of brings it full circle, the song and dance and the performance in your living room with your family.
Yeah.
Not only to come to Broadway and do Arthur Miller, but to win a Tony Award. That must have been thrilling.
It was thrilling. Our production was so incredibly received and feel totally welcomed by this amazing community I admired for my entire life, and feel that thrill of being on stage every night and the unexpected, have that, it's so exciting and makes you feel like alive,
And then it's the same year, I think it's the same year as the play that Black Widow and Iron Man 2 come along, right?
Right.
By a twist of fate, all of a sudden now you're in the Marvel universe. So you're at this crossroads where I don't know what I'm doing, to winning a Tony, and now you're in a Marvel movie, and then a bunch that came after that.
Right.
What did the Marvel movies do to your career and your life, just in terms of joining this world that people are so invested in and so many people are aware of and watch it?
Yeah.
How much fun was that to be a part of?
I didn't know whether I would be accepted by this massive fan base that was already there. It was so early days in that genre. I mean, the way that it was then it's just the beginning. I mean, we were on the set of Avengers going, this is either going to be, we're having an amazing time with all these incredible actors, and yet we don't, this could be really awful. I mean, it's so crazy. I remember going, there's a Nordic god, we have a mutant, this like rich playboy turned robot guy, I'm a Russian spy. It was just like, this is a recipe for disaster. Somebody that's been frozen in ice and comes out. It was like, but then here we are.
So this is home.
Yeah, that's a home away from home.
When Johansson is not on set, she's here in the offices of The Outset, the skincare company she co-founded just over a year ago.
This is our like best selling sort of trio. It's our cleanser, our prep serum, and our daily moisturizer.
I'm just realizing I don't do enough. I have no night creams.
What?
I don't have. No.
But you're on camera all the time.
I know. I need to get more serious about my career.
Well, I know.
So what compelled you to take on this challenge?
Since I was probably 12, 13 years old, have struggled with acne. And when I was younger, it was all about sort of stripping away your skin and, basically resurface your entire face. And at some point I was like, I have to kind of just stop everything and just try something else, which was just using very clean, moisturizing products and stop like stripping everything away. And that's when my skin completely transformed.
So is it true that Colin is a big proponent of the eye cream?
Yes.
That's his thing?
Colin was our eye cream connoisseur. I never used eye cream before, and Colin uses it every day. And so I thought, well, why don't, since, it was during COVID and I didn't have so many people to test it on in my Colin became our eye cream expert.
Wow.
And I got him to switch to the Outset eye cream. So.
And he looks great. He's never looked better. So youthful.
He is. He's like de-aging. It's very annoying.
Look at you. You're doing it all. And with a toddler at home. I mean, it's all very impressive.
I mean, I'm sure I left like the oven on or whatever. But